So why a pathway matters to me is that structured training will protect the human rights of deaf people. When we have better qualified interpreters, the results for the deaf community are better. So protecting human rights, we know around the World Federation of the Deaf, that's a lot of rain. That's beautiful. We know that the WFD works very hard to protect the rights of deaf people around the world, and one way that we contribute to that is to be the best qualified interpreters that we can be. The other piece of why training matters is that it ensures quality. It ensures quality services, whether those are at the community level, whether that's at the specialized level. And when I say specialized, I mean places like legal settings. I mean places like medical settings. Yesterday I had a chance to talk with one of the midwives from Zimbabwe, and obviously that's a specialized area of practice, learning about medical systems. So basic training and specialized training ensures quality. Promotes professionalism. If we have a standard of training where you and I have taken similar approaches to the training, we then approach the work from very similar ways, so that the deaf community and the hearing community start to see that, this is the hallmark of a professional interpreter. And ultimately, that builds trust and accountability for our profession. Next slide, please. There are many ways to start our path, and others are starting the path. But Christopher spoke about the WFD and the WFD formal agreements. And in those formal agreements, we've had them since we were in South Africa. So our founding meeting took place in South Africa in 2005. We returned to South Africa. The other part of our collaboration is that we recognize that sign language work belongs to the deaf community. Sign language work belongs to deaf associations. And it's an important step on the path to training interpreters, but we aren't the ones who do the linguistic analysis unless you're a linguist. We aren't the ones that document and create those dictionaries. That is deaf community work. And so part of our agreement, and then part of the agreement that maybe you have with your national association and your interpreter association, is that same agreement. We can collaborate on that work, but the work really is led by the deaf community. And WFD has beautiful guidelines, and I think Debbie next will speak about language rights and the processes for achieving language rights. But you'll see on the continuum on the slide, oops, next slide please. I should actually pay attention to my slides. Next slide. That blue line is a bit of a continuum, and a continuum is not the best way perhaps to think about this, because it is a constant cycle, because languages evolve. So while we may do the sign language work in the initial stages, languages evolve. Christopher and I were talking last night about the way that children use language versus the way elders in our community use language, depending on where they went to school. So capturing all of that linguistic variation, first step. But then we see the second step as being, how do we train interpreters to have linguistic knowledge and that linguistic ability? And one of the interpreters that worked with her. And so, okay, I think we're good. So we can see the interpreters, everything is working well. So this picture was from 1993 from Lisa's collection, and that woman has traveled the world. If there is any ambassador for sign language rights, human rights, and the bridging of communities, it's that woman when I think about her. But it's 1993, and while this is West Africa, not. But the point is, it's not new, but it's constant, and it has to be constant. And it has to be constant. I want to leave you with resources today, And so it's not helpful for myself to come to any country and give a presentation and then fly home and not leave you with anything. So resource-wise, I want to keep emphasizing where resources are that you can adapt for your purposes. This is a document. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this slide shows on the left-hand side of the screen a WASLI document. In 2011, we created a committee that had representation from many countries, and those countries developed a document similar to what we've been talking about here for the last 2 days about how do we start training. And this document addresses some of the core competences, the skills that interpreters need, and how do we start in a country where we've had no access to training and get to the point of a BA program perhaps. But we have to be strategic and sustainable training as opposed to the splatter approach. What I mean by the splatter approach is that sometimes we offer a workshop in classifiers, we workshop deaf-blind, a workshop in legal. And those splatters, if you have children in your lives who have splatted something on the wall, it can be cute for the first little while, and then you wipe it off and it's gone. And so the splatter approach doesn't sustain a community. What sustains a community is a planned approach. And it needs to be a planned approach that fits your continent. Next slide, please. I think that one of the things that we've learned over the last couple of days is that there is a lot of capacity in Africa. There are many of you who are doing fabulous training of interpreters, and so finding a way to be able to support countries that have not had access to formal training, I think will be one of the outcomes of this conference, for you to be able to form maybe an educational committee that is Pan-African, a committee that can start to develop a strategic plan. I note that the United Nations is not far from your conference site, the African Union. There are places where I think we could take a strategic plan and find funding for it. Next slide, please. I'll give you some ideas from the document that exist in other countries. And again, I think I said this on Monday, that it's not always useful to just copy a model that's been used in another country because it doesn't fit your cultural context, it doesn't fit your stage of development. So look at it. Ideas that work, take those. Ideas that don't work, leave them aside. An example from Kosovo is an example that post-war, post-conflict, they worked very closely with the WFD, with the Finnish Association of the Deaf, with deaf linguists from other countries who came and helped them document their sign language. That was a really important step, making sure that the sign language for Kosovo was strong, fully documented. They then worked for how do we teach deaf teachers to teach that sign language. Then they thought about interpreting. And I think that strategic approach really worked well for them. They worked with international trainers who came in, but they paired them with local interpreters who had very, very good knowledge of the local community, who were often from deaf family, linguistically capable, and then they went out and searched for those people from deaf families who are linguistically capable, and did a series of 10 international workshops. But it built capacity because the training was not just the international trainer, but it was the local trainer as well. New Zealand, I just put their pathway in because it can tell us that it takes a long time to get from 0 to a BA. And for them, it took 20 years. I think sometimes we look at countries like New Zealand or the UK or Canada and we think, look at that, they've got a BA. Well, we didn't get a BA overnight. It came with a long process. But they started with 3 months of training, which then extended to 2 years. And they worked with America, they worked with NTID, I believe, and developed modules of training. Vietnam is another example as well too, where they've used international support as well in collaboration, where they've shared curriculum, they've adapted it to the Vietnam context and so forth. So there are other countries that have also shared the pathway that you are on. Next slide, please. But in the words of my good friend, Dr. Philemon Akash, who some of you in this room may know well, he spoke at Wolseley several times, and he said, we don't need colonizers, we need collaborators. Leave your sign language at home. And I think that's good advice for all of us. It can be very interesting to go to other countries, and it can be very tempting to fill in places where a local sign language user might say, oh, we don't have a sign for that, and to take that sign. But to be very cautious about not influencing, as I think is an important piece. Next slide, please. There's not one path to making a good interpreter. So my path, like many of you, was the deaf community. Yes, I'm that old. There were no training programs in Canada at that point. It says perhaps using things like, in some countries, we have prior learning assessment processes. So because we know the competences that form a good interpreter, whether they're a spoken language interpreter or a signed language interpreter, those competences can then be evaluated through a portfolio method. And if you're interested in that, I can offer more information over the course of the day. For deaf interpreters, I know that Razak yesterday said deaf interpreters should come and take regular interpreting programs. And certainly in some countries that works really well. I know that I'm a better teacher because we've had deaf students take our Fulham program and we taught in ASL. But I also recognize that in some countries, deaf people have had very little access to the foundational education that would allow them access into a university. And so an alternate pathway might be useful. Ireland is another example. They have a free deaf curriculum, deaf interpreting curriculum. It's on their website. And they've used, I think, a blended approach. They started in COVID, worked online, have done some face-to-face things. So similar to what Razak and Betty and Kyle are doing in Africa is that blended approach, some online work, face-to-face work. Another example of an alternate pathway that's been used in the United States, linguistically capable, and a shorter program for them that resulted in very competent interpreters. Next slide, please. But the other Christopher, my Christopher from Canada, he and I were speaking last night that it's important that you also not copy our mistakes. And we've made many. I sometimes say that I wear makeup to cover the scars. But every country has made mistakes came to training interpreters. And so one of the mistakes that I've seen in many of the countries, my own included, is that we tried to teach sign language at the same time that we tried to teach them how to interpret, and it doesn't work. And so I think several speakers yesterday spoke about the importance of having linguistic fluency first and then coming into an interpreter training program. Next slide, please. But there are great examples where they haven't made as many mistakes, perhaps, as us. And so if any of you have had the opportunity to look at the Brazil experience, or if you were at WFD or Wolseley, last time we had speakers from Brazil. And I love what they have done because it's been a very Sometimes we think, oh, deaf people teach sign language, but hearing interpreters teach interpreting. Deaf interpreters can teach interpreting. Deaf linguists can teach interpreting. Many people can teach interpreting based on their competences. So if you're interested in that organization, they publish their standards, and they're available in sign language, American Sign Language though, and in spoken English. Next slide, please. A word about certification. Certification can again take many pathways. It could be your national professional association. It could be a government body. It could be an independent body. WFD and WASLI created an international sign certification, we call it accreditation, process. But the point being is that whatever certification route you take, please do it with deaf people. Deaf associations, deaf linguists, deaf community who sets the bar, because I think in our country when we developed our system, which is now on hold, it was developed in close collaboration with the deaf community. We have representatives from our national deaf associations there. We took it out to the community for them to decide, this is a pass, that's not yet a pass. And I think that's important because if it's left to hearing interpreters, the bar might be quite low and everyone will pass. And there also needs to be certification options for deaf interpreters. Next slide, please. If you're interested in how to do testing, there are many models of that, but I would just encourage you to think about both written tests and performance tests, not just written tests, and performance tests for both deaf interpreters and hearing interpreters, and then mentorship that comes after. And again, a resource that I would point you to is the National Authority in Australia. Their accreditation system is, for me, one of the best that I've seen in the world. And it accredits spoken language, signed language, deaf and hearing, specialized areas, community levels. It's, is it perfect? No system will ever be perfect, but it's a very, very good model. Next slide, please. And whatever your national bodies do, I hope that you will build into your code of ethics and build into your certification processes the requirement for continued professional development. And whatever hours that looks like will fit your country. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, I think that there are international frameworks, international resources that you can draw upon. There's a great deal of capacity in this room, in other African countries to draw upon. And I hope that you will engage deaf people, deaf trainers in your training and certification, because all of those pieces will lead to recognition for sign language interpreters. Next slide. The journey, one step on the path. And so I really encourage you to plan where you are going. Plan what your pathway will be. Take those first steps towards training. Take next steps to certification. But make it a Pan-African path and then work your plan as well. So, next slide. Merci beaucoup.
A round of applause. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much for this inspiring keynote. Let's now proceed to our next session. I invite, okay, if we have questions.
More of a comment than a question. You talked about the accreditation of interpreters. And I think in many African countries, we have three different levels. We think of the governmental level and their responsibility for oversight and evaluation. Then we have the universities and their responsibilities in terms of curriculum and planning. And then there's also been some research in a book that Dr. Stone has been involved in as well. Some issues that we see is that we have deaf individuals with maybe a degree requirement, and there is no curriculum or program at a university for them to reach this requirement. So I would encourage all of us here to make sure that we have doctorate programs and degrees available to our community members. And then we set our curriculums and our programs from there. Because if your program is going to require a degree, you need to make sure those degree programs are available in the first place.
Institutions are not necessarily available, but to work with deaf communities, work with mentorship programs, work with other interpreters, and do the best that we can to develop what works for us. And I also wanted to thank you for outlining that Canada doesn't necessarily have the perfect plan, and Africa has such a vibrant community, and especially at this conference and being here. So thank you for that. But I do have a question that I truly want to know while I have the opportunity is, as an interpreter, how do you prepare for an interpreting assignment? What do you bring with you? Being such an established interpreter, is there anything that you can share with us that before you step out your door, you make sure you have with you? Is there anything you can share with us to help us be better interpreters?
Thank you for that very difficult question. I think that how we prepare is way back at the beginning when I'm first offered the work. Am I the right person for this context? And if I'm the right person, what do I need to do to prepare for that context? And so sometimes that is, I'm fortunate, I work in a smaller deaf community and I've been around a long time, so I know most of the deaf consumers that I'm likely to have. But if we have a conference with outside deaf presenters, can I Google them? Can I read their work? Can I watch their presentations on YouTube? Can I seek that preparation work when it is available? Can I talk with other interpreters who may have had similar experiences working with that person? So those are things that I do to prepare. I think that wellness is a big piece of arriving mentally healthy for the work. And so I know that many of you tease me, but I will ditch clothes out of my bag before I ditch my yoga mat. So my yoga mat is a daily practice. My meditation is a daily practice. And so those are parts of my preparation. So it's not just thinking about what's the language that's going to be used and do I understand what people want to accomplish, but am I mentally capable of doing this and how do I take care of myself well? So those are some of the things. I mean, all the other things that go wrong, right? Like having multiple layers of clothing in my car so that I know what I'm actually dealing with. I work often with a deaf woman who is landscape architect. And so I never know if we're on site necessarily, because that can change in a minute, or we're actually in the budget meeting. And so having clothing that's suitable for both contexts, but yeah, lots of things. I don't know if that answers the question or not.
Thank you very much. If we don't have any question, any other question? Thank you. Thank you very much. Another round of applause. Thank you. Now let's proceed with the next session. Let me invite Patience Masango to lead the session. Welcome her.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just allow me to have some fun with my fellow friends from Zimbabwe. Mazimbo muriko ere. So our next session now, we are going to have a presenter. Her name is Deborah. Deborah is a female and seasoned human rights activist from Uganda, with developmental experience in capacity building and advocacy for deaf persons in areas of leadership and human rights. Like you know, the Deborah from the Bible, she is knowledgeable on the international, regional, and national frameworks that promote and protect the rights of persons with disabilities. She is in the particular area of, she was particularly in the area of CRPD, CDGs, CRC, CEDAW, and the African Protocol on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, to name just a few. Deborah on Disability and Development, GPDD, and World Federation of the Deaf, WFD, the Forum for African Women in Educationalists, and National Union of Women with Disabilities in Uganda. She is also in the board trustee for DeafNet Center of Knowledge and for the Light for the World International and USA. Beautiful. Her presentation, just like the Deborah in the Bible who was a professor, I am sure she's going to prophesy through her presentation that will compare the language provisions in the UNCRDP and protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the persons with disabilities, and how it can be particularly applied to support the development of national sign languages and interpretation services in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome beautiful Deborah to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Africa. I'm glad to see you all here. I'm happy to see all our interpreters here. Okay, so everyone can see my presentation. Unfortunately, I did not translate this into French for you. But you are more than welcome to take photos and translate it for yourself if you have the need. So I'm mostly going to be speaking to policies, and specifically I'm going to be speaking to the UNCRPD and the protocol and the implications for the recognition of sign languages and advocacy. Okay. So I'm currently staying in the Netherlands. It's been about a year. In June, a full year that I've been there, and I will be there for at least 4 years. My topic is around sign languages and the policies that guide the sign language recognition. I'm looking at how many sign languages there are in the world and how many have obtained legal recognition in their countries. I'm also intending to assist governments with how to proceed in acknowledging sign languages in their different countries. Next slide, please. So I'll be speaking to 3 points today. First of all, the CRPD and the ADP. I've picked a few articles or clauses from each a piece of document, and I will be sharing that with you. And these are specifically related to sign language and how you can benefit in your countries. I will also be talking to the recognition of sign languages and the survey on the status of sign languages in Africa. And this is mainly the theme of my PhD research. And this is definitely something that you can take to your organizations and speak to your leadership and see how you can professionalize your industry. Next slide, please. I think I've kind of spoken to this legally. Now, this has come a long time. The important thing is that the convention is not something that works independently from other legal instruments. This is in support of what we have set in place in Africa, which is the ADP. It speaks specifically to languages and the recognition of those languages, whether it is spoken or signed. It is embedded in the culture and in community, so that legislation or national level supporting countries with that obligation to promote the legal recognition of their national sign languages. So speaking about the CRPD, which is also referred to as the Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities, we're looking at the time period when it was discussed initially in 2006. The United Nations adopted the CRPD. The CRPD defines it as that language is any spoken or signed language, any, and other forms of non-spoken language. So this can refer to sign language as well as those who make use of home signs. So it doesn't have to be a formal sign language. Whatever form your communication takes, that is the important part. And for the deaf community, it is specifically in the sphere of sign languages, because that is how we communicate. And it's clearly stated, recognized and respected. Next slide, please. Recognized and respected. Next slide, please. Thank you. Thank you. So the convention speaks to language and the recognition of those languages. The convention speaks to language and the recognition of those languages. But it also speaks to, but unfortunately it doesn't speak to deaf communities. And that's what we have here, where we use sign language to communicate. We need to also look at where we want to be in the future, where we will have more and more deaf people having a lived experience as a deaf community, where our culture and our language needs to be preserved. The WFD has said that 80% of our deaf communities are living in developing countries, meaning they have additional challenges beyond that of communication to access the parts of society that others can and they cannot. So it needs to improve, and by recognizing these sign languages and providing access to human rights, that is what will help them or support an improved life. Next slide, please. So the WFD, on their website, they've done some research. 195 countries responded, and only 82 have said we have a recognized sign language in our countries. And you can see the difference between the blue, for those who have a recognized sign language, it's 42%, versus the 58% who have no recognition for their sign language. This is worldwide, and it includes Europe. So you will see even less when we look at Africa, because in Europe, there are more countries that have recognized their sign languages. Why do you think this happens? You need to understand. Next slide, please. So in Africa, we have 54 countries. And can you see the orange or the red here? Remember the previous screen where we saw, and now we can see a significant red, which indicates that no recognition has been obtained in those countries. So in Africa, only 15% of the countries have a recognized sign language. 15%. Why are the other countries not doing the same thing? Are they going to wake up? They need to wake up and change this graph so we can see more blue than red. Our work is not done, and it won't be easy. Next slide, please. So we want to have our sign languages recognized, but in Africa, we have 3 ways in which that can occur in our countries. It can either be included in our constitution, in a disability act, or as a language act. Next slide. So if you can look at this list in the different countries, you can see exactly which type of recognition has occurred, whether it's constitutional or whether it is a language act, or whether it forms part of a disability act. In Namibia, it's part of their disability act. In Kenya, it's part of the constitution. And in Zimbabwe, it's within the constitution as well. 2025 also now recognizes it in their constitution. There's a lot of work that went into that, and Ghana is currently working on that. Rwanda, I believe, is also in the process of obtaining that recognition. So there's a lot of work, but recognizing that other countries have already obtained the recognition allows you to see how they've done it and work together. Next slide, please. Now, let's look at the actual legal instrument content. First of all, accessibility in Article 9 of the CRPD versus the ADP document.
In Africa, right? But unfortunately, most of our countries and our counterparts in most of African countries, they don't want to learn. So that, I mean, the issues of sign language barrier becomes a thing of the past. That's why we are still in our infants. We talk about language development. People still want to do what they were doing 900 years ago. Can we call that development? So what is the model we can use to encourage our deaf friends want to go to school?
Hello, sorry to disturb. Let's have short questions for the sake of time.
I completely agree with what you're saying. In Africa, we do have, we cannot really, and when we do look at South Africa, they operate differently to other African countries. And one country to the next is different. But yes, mentally, there needs to be a mind shift. There needs to be a mind shift in Africa. Thinking that it's impossible and our situation is the worst and we can't get out of the situation. That mindset needs to change within our deaf communities. Because only then, when we are optimistic and we see the opportunities and we are open to that, can we proceed and we can do lobbying. We can change everything we need for us and for the future, our deaf children. We want to provide them with quality education, to set them on the path and that journey to really empower themselves through higher education. We want to see deaf people in Africa flying across the world. But some of us do our PhD in a European country, gain the knowledge and never bring it back to Africa. That needs to come back. That knowledge that is gained, that research, it needs to come back to Africa so that we can grow as a continent. So that that's where we need to look, where the sharing of knowledge needs to happen. And that's how we support each other.
Thank you, Madam Deborah. Thank you. Thank you. So maybe if I can ask someone from Uganda to give us a pam-pam in their native language. Anyone from Uganda? Hello? Is she alone here? Is she alone here? Just say thank you in your native language. Hello? Huh? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's clap hands for beautiful Deborah for the nice presentation and so educative. We want to welcome our next presenter, the lady from Kenya. So this lady, Judy Kihumba, hello, is that correct? Judy Kihumba is a Kenyan Sign Language interpreter. She's a mental health advocate, a social entrepreneur, known for her work supporting deaf mothers, especially in maternal and mental health. Thank you, Judy. She grew up in different parts of Kenya and developed an interest in sign language while studying at a school for the deaf. Like all of us here, Judith had financial challenges and even worked as a house help to support her education. Beautiful. She later studied sign language and communication. She attended the University of Nairobi for Sign Language Research Center. Judith earned a degree in development community from St. Paul's University. She also obtained a diploma in counseling, trauma counseling. She began working with disability organizations and later became a professional sign language interpreter. She has interpreted on television news, public events and civic education programs, religious services, notably in churches serving deaf communities. She played a role in public awareness campaigns, including Kenya's constitutional education efforts in 2010. After experiencing postpartum depression following the birth of her second child in 2019, she became passionate about mental health awareness. Judith noticed that deaf mothers often lacked access in basic health information due to absence of interpreters in hospitals, and I agree. In response, she founded Talking Hands, Listening Eyes on Postpartum Depression, around 2020. She supports deaf mothers during pregnancy and motherhood. She promotes mental health awareness. She provides interpretation and counseling services that she's very proud of, and the Kenyans at large. She was named amongst the BBC 100 Women, a list of the world's most inspiring and influential women in 2012. Judith is widely recognized for bridging the communication gap between healthcare services and deaf communities. She's also known for advocating for inclusive maternal health care. She's also known for empowering deaf women through information, counseling, and support. Her work has significantly improved access to healthcare information for deaf mothers in Kenya and inspired broader conversations about disability inclusion and mental health. Let's welcome Judy on stage for her presentation. Welcome, Madam.
Good morning. Good morning. I hope we are all well. We are all strong after such a wonderful presentation before me. I'm very happy to be here, as I have been introduced. My topic today was on bridging silence, and this is in technological innovation in sign language interpretation for inclusion access in African countries. And my focus today, I want to pick from a question that was asked yesterday by one of us, whether technology will come to replace our work as sign language interpreters. There were very many questions even after we finished the sessions, still people were asking about it. And I want to say that AI or technology innovation will not take our jobs. What it will do, if we work together, it will enhance our work and make it better and make it easier. Because AI or technology will help us create a good environment that prioritizes the lived experiences of the deaf community while still examining and cutting edges on technology. And our talk, the next slide, that was just my introduction to say where we are and what we are doing so that we don't feel like AI or technology is replacing what we know. Looking at even us being here, what we have done and what we have seen in the past, we have used technology in one way or another. I don't know whether this session is being covered live. I don't know whether it's being recorded. I know it is, but why is it being recorded? For some of our friends, for some of the deaf people, for our generations to come who may not be here now, to know and to learn and to know that there was a conference like this, what was discussed. We may not be there to sign or to tell them what happened, but they will read. So technology will not come to replace us. It will only enhance and make our work better. When I was looking at the background of why we are here, I was seeing that most of the times we have challenges that are different, and one of it is that we forget that communication is a fundamental right to all. Whether we are the deaf people, whether it's the hearing people, communication is a fundamental right. But we have one challenge, especially focusing on the deaf, is limited sign language interpreters in Africa. When we were coming, we came by bus, and we were with my colleague, and the conductor kept giving information in the bus on Kinyarwanda. And both of us, and at one point he would switch to French, and both of us, we were really lost. And we were telling ourselves, we feel like we are deaf people in a congregation of hearing world, you see? So if this person was aware of what we were going through, maybe he would have changed to a language that would understand. And these are the challenges that deaf communities continually face. These are systematic communication barriers. Mostly they are not intentional, but they happen. But technology has come to offer a new path for inclusion. And that's what we all need to understand, that technology will not take up what we should be doing, but technology will only offer new pathways and solutions. Shortage of sign language interpreters, as I said, because even in the bus we had no sign language interpreter. Imagine if we were both of us who were deaf, we had no interpreter with us. Also high cost and urban concentration services. I don't know whether it's only in Kenya. I know for all of us, because we are African countries, most of the people, most of the sign language services are concentrated mostly in the urban setups. When you look at on the ground in the villages, you find there are not many sign language interpreters. Just as in my introduction, you heard I advocate for maternal wellness. We have limited access to healthcare most of the times, education and governance. And these are very important departments or areas that we need to focus on. And when we look at that, we realize that we need to think about the state of sign language access in Africa, just as I have said. And as all of us have been talking, we have very limited policy implementation. In Kenya, we have the constitution where sign language is the third language in Kenya. But you still find there are offices, as I said, there are institutions that do not have sign language interpreters. There are others who will not be intentional. They remember, oh, we needed a sign language interpreter. When they see a deaf person appear, that's when it becomes like a crisis. They are trying now to look for a sign language interpreter for that function. Yet they knew it's a forum that it's in the constitution that we need to follow the constitution, we need to have a sign language interpreter. We also have low awareness of deaf rights. Because we find that even in this constitution, as much as the constitution is there, we find not very many organizations are keen on knowing the rights of the deaf people. Again, as I said, rural and undeserved communities are most affected. What is the role of technology today and in our context now? It expands reach of interpreters. If we are here and maybe there's a deaf person in Kenya or in Uganda who needs sign language interpretation, we still can do video calls from here and communicate. It also reduces cost and distance barriers, just as I've said. Technology also enables real-time communication because you don't have to be there, but communication will happen. It also offers scalable inclusion solutions. When we know what our role is and what technology is doing, then we're able to merge the two and offer solutions that are real. We have different technology principles that we can use, which I want to talk about. We have the innovations that are already there, technological innovations, and one of them is AI-powered avatar solutions. And there, I can be proud talking about our Kenya. We have Signverse, which was discussed yesterday, TAP 360. These are Kenyan AI solution, which captures motions in a 3D avatars to provide real-time interpretation of text and speech. So this helps the deaf people access the information easily. There is also on-demand virtual interpretation, which I said it's a platform that allows deaf people to access communication, to access sign language. And an example is Convo in South Africa. We also have machine translation, and an example is AfriSign. All these help us to communicate and offer sign language. We also have wearable technologies where a deaf person can wear like the gloves, or we have the watch like. All these help communication, and all these are examples of technology solutions that offer. We also have the mobile applications, as I have said, and this help also on-demand interpreter booking. They help also to pre-record sign language content. As I said here, that all this can be recorded and be shared by us to very many other people who didn't manage to be in this forum. So technology is coming to help us make our work easy. And also there is also the use of AI, which is artificial intelligence. And this helps sign language recognition systems. Because when we make AI understand sign language and what it does, it will recognize it. And one of the greatest things that we need to know is that when we are working with AI, we need to understand that it requires localization to African Sign Language because most of the AI information is not built in African context. So for this reason, it will help to recognize the African language. And here we are talking about sign language. Our, in technology, where impact is felt, is, for example, in healthcare. It helps improve diagnosis and consent. In education, it helps in inclusive learning opportunities, just as we said, because it will help even those who are not able to understand, so it makes it easier. We also understand in governance, it helps in civic participation. In faith and community, also, it helps in inclusion. But with all this, we are not, we have challenges and ethical considerations that face us most of the times. Again, as we were coming yesterday, the day we were coming, I found myself at the border. I was looking for my colleague and I couldn't find her. And I realized I had no connection. So I decided to look for Wi-Fi, the roaming Wi-Fi, the public Wi-Fi. And when I connected with my phone got blocked. Up to now, I have no access on my phone. It got blocked. So these are some of the challenges that we're talking about. When we talk about limited internet and high data cost, first, I could not even buy data at that point. So you can imagine, I got blocked, I could not communicate. So even as we are looking at technology, we also need to remember some of these struggles. We also have very serious digital literacy gaps, which we really need to address, and mostly in the communities that we are supporting. One of the things that I have realized as Africans, I don't know whether it's Africans or whether it's Kenya, we are not very keen with data protection and consent. Most of the times we are just giving our information, not knowing who is harvesting our data information and who are we given access to ourselves. And one also of, the last one is that risk of exclusion of deaf voices. You find that the deaf, because now when we know organizations know they can use AI to solve most of the challenges, they will not need the deaf people around them. So we also need to have that. To answer our question, can technology bridge silence? Yes, it can. But inclusion requires intentional designs. We need to work together. Just as one of us said earlier that nothing about us without us. We can never do without the deaf people, and we can never create solutions for them without them. In our Kenyan setup, we have seen a lot of improvement in technology. Kenya is now digital. Any service that you need to get from the government, you can never get this service without going digitally. And we have seen, we have Huduma centers which integrate video recording, and sometimes even if they have deaf people there, they don't need an interpreter at the site. They can use the video recording. But we also have seen, even in Kenya, the NTSA, which is the National Transport Authority Services, they also have digital sign language driving modules, which of course, it takes time. These are some of things that they are proposed. Some of them are working. Some of them are not yet fully, but they're there. We have also seen in our Kenyan setup, we have the assembly, the county assembly, the government proceedings, the parliament. We have sign language interpreters there. So the deaf people don't have to be in parliament. The interpreters are within the parliament and they're able to communicate through the television. So this has come up as a great thing in technology. My time is up, but I want to say one thing as I conclude, that as I said, technology can bridge silence, but inclusion requires ethical design. So accessibility advances dignity and equity. So our call to action is to all stakeholders to come together and see that technology and the real activity, the real sign language, our country rules and policies work together in place to make technology work for the deaf. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a great presentation from Judy. Let's clap hands for Judy. And I'm just going to invite 2 questions. 2 questions only. Thank you. Hello, madam.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. But I just want to know, maybe in Kenya you do have a system. Where you are assisting deaf people when it comes to communication using technology. But there are deaf people in rural areas who cannot access technology due to data that is expensive or don't have smart gadgets. So what do you do in Kenya to make sure that you reach out to those deaf people in the rural areas so that communication continues?
Okay, thank you very much. In my presentation, I said that's one of our biggest challenges, especially in the rural areas, and mostly where technology is not, as I said, is not very advanced in those areas. But in Kenya, we have sign language interpreters almost in every corner of the country. So if this deaf person, and given that sign language is in the Constitution, it's recognized by the Constitution. So if a deaf person needs any services, even if it's like the healthcare or the education or government offices where they need help, you realize that as much as there may not be sign language interpreters there, the facilities where they have gone to look for support, they will look for sign language interpreters because we have an association, we have sign language almost in every county, I would say that. So this is how they reach out to them. About data, yes, it's true, it's a challenge. Most of them who are not well connected, they face that challenge. But when it's, again, because most of the deaf people live as communities within, you find maybe they will meet during church service or they have functions together. This helps them to communicate. Yeah.
The last question.
Thank you so much. I have a question about, sorry, let me change positions. Thank you a lot. I would like to ask the use of AI, artificial intelligence. You have mentioned that it can capture image, captions, and translate it into sign languages. So I would like to know how the Kenyan deaf people can, some of them, they don't have those devices, maybe a laptop or these advanced smartphones. How do they access this technology? And you see, maybe literacy is somehow advanced, but maybe in Kenya there is a rural area where people don't have that literacy level and cannot read those captions. How do you expect and build the trust in a community to technology or AI? Maybe AI sometimes lies. I hear some people talk about that, and how interpreters use AI efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you. It's almost closer to the other question. As I said, technology in sign language is it's a work in progress. I would say that. So we are developing, and I would say that most of these innovators, they work hand in hand with the deaf people. It's for the deaf, it's led by the deaf. They work with the deaf. It may be a hearing person leading it, but they work with the deaf to achieve the best for them. So most of the times, they work together and they get the best, especially in technology, in sign language, so that they give the best. Also, remember I said the African language is a bit, AI did not start in Africa. So even as it comes, the language that is being used, most of the times it may affect. But that's why I said we need to work together to make AI understand the African language context. So that way, some of these words will not change, because sometimes I want to go out, and maybe it gets, because of our accents and all that, understands differently. So for that reason, that's why we may think it's lying, but it's how it understood. So if we work together and maybe Africanize AI, maybe for lack of a better word, this will be effective to all of us. Thank you.
Let's have a great shout of happiness to this presentation. Thank you, Madam. So, I don't know if you're going to allow this lady, she has been raising her hand since then. If you allow her, thank you. Thank you. So,
a round of applause to our presenters. We have one announcement before we go for tea break.
Thank you. Please may I just say three things. First of all, those of you who have not completed the attendance registration, please do so. Mbali, I think you are one of them. I have just checked everybody. Thank you to those who registered 4 times. Thank you. Yeah, I know you're excited to be here, but that's not necessary. So if you have registered once, that's enough, right? Second of all, can I just ask a question to all of our speakers? May we share your presentations with participants, right? If you do not want your presentation to be shared, come to see me. Otherwise, your presentation will be shared. If you did not send your presentation to me, then you need to also come and see me. You can, or in fact, send it to the Afsli email if you have not done so previously. Thank you. Then I wish to announce that we do have a mobile clinic on site. There are some people who are not feeling well this morning. So please, if you are not feeling well, do ask one of the protocol team and they will guide you to the mobile clinic for services. Medical health services. We know about the other services that Joseph also announced the other day. I don't need to repeat that. It's medical services, if you please. Thank you. MC, can I? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the tea break. Tea break is set up on both sides, so feel free to use either side. Thank you. We return back in the room at 11:20.
For the technical team, I know that you have music in your laptop. During the tea break, I think you can bring the music. People can go to take a break, dancing. You know, the weather is not good, and you can bring the music. People can enjoy the music when they are taking a break. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Let's get ready to resume. Hello? Protocol team, please help. Take your seats. Take your seats, please. Take your seats, please. Let's get ready to resume. Welcome back, everyone. We now continue with the session on policy and advocacy for sign language rights. Let me call upon Tracy Nyanjao. Tracy, come forward to lead the session. Joining me in welcoming her. Welcome.
Good mid-morning, everyone. Please wave at me if you can see me. Awesome, awesome. So this next topic after the tea break is bridging the silence, policy and advocacy for sign language rights in Africa. And every so often, truly, interpreters, we will tend to hold back or to even shy away from matters policy and advocacy. At least for me, I will say that, let me leave that to the policy experts or the deaf people themselves or organizations of persons with disability. But to take us through this silent area is Winnie Adoyo, AKA Kiongozi. Kiongozi means leader. Kiongozi means leader in Kenya. Winnie works at Door International, a deaf Bible translation organization, as a sign language Bible translation exegetical facilitator She is a co-founder of a company called Inclusion Champions Society. She is the director, Top Notch Interpreters. She is a multilingual, passionate about disability inclusion. She was born to hearing parents, but raised by a deaf foster mother. She is equally passionate about speed biking. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Winnie Adoyo to the stage with a heartfelt clap in science. Welcome, Winnie.
All right. Yesterday, I noticed in our midst we have a VIP. And for the sake of this VIP, allow me to give the visual description of myself. Visually impaired person, for those of us who might be lost. So I am dressed in a peach dress with a checked coat, with arms that are not exactly torn, but they are open, just like I am open to many things, including learning and sharing. I also have long hair. I'm about 5'6" feet. If you saw the poster, my hair might not be the same, but they grew sometime. And I have red spectacles. And I think that will be it for me for now. Good morning, everyone. Or it's afternoon already? Oh, good morning. Yeah, so you've been told, you've heard about my bio, and I want to start by saying that the speaker who was here in the morning, her name is Deborah. She kind of made my work a little difficult because as she was presenting, I was busy deleting my slides. Just because I noticed all the research I'd done is exactly what she was talking about. But that notwithstanding, thank you so much, Deborah, for setting the ground on matters policy. And something else I also noticed, if you did with me in the program, we have at least 3 speakers talking of this, more or less the same thing. One of us spoke about sign language, policy, and advocacy in Africa. I'm about to speak about policy and advocacy for sign language rights. And in the afternoon, you will listen to somebody talking on policy, power dynamics, and trust. What does this tell us? That is just how important matters policy are. And when we talk of policies, I want to believe there have been lots of recommendations. There's a lot of work going on in the background. And even as I'm starting this presentation, I hope that all this will not remain on paper, but then as we go back to our home countries, we will at least try to see where are we and what else can we do. Because sign language interpretation in African context, I want to believe policy happens to be one of the most important, and maybe that could be one of the reasons the presenters thought it need to be given this much airtime. More than 2.5 decades ago, on one chilly Saturday morning, I and my foster mother woke up to a shock because one of the most precious items we owned in an African context, which I believe not only in Kenya, this would be land, it would be a cow, it would be children of the sort. I don't know what are some of the most valuable properties that you associate yourself with or you consider. For us, at this particular time, it was a cow. And we woke up and our only cow, which was the source of milk and source of income, had gone missing. It was painful, I must admit, because today, more than 2.5 decades later, I remember it vividly like it happened yesterday. But thankfully, we were somehow able to track down whoever was the culprit who had stolen the cow. Long story short, we found ourselves at the chief's office to go through the mediation kind of thing so that we could get justice. But at this point, my only deaf caregiver, she would not understand the proceedings. I was there, I was very young, but then I could understand what they were saying. I tried as a little child to convey this information to her so she could understand what they were talking about. At the end of the day, we lost the case. The thief went scot-free, and we went back home. Please go to the next slide. And the next one. And the next one. I'm not sure if we are on the same page. Oh yeah, just go to the next one. Yes, and then the next morning we decided to take this picture just to remind us that we can still smile. So her name is this one. This is her name sign, and her name is Matilda. And about 2 days ago when somebody was speaking here, somebody posed a question like, what inspires you? What motivates you to keep on this journey of advocating for sign language? And people have different motivations, different inspirations. And Matilda and the experience I had at this tender age remains part of my biggest inspiration to keep doing what I'm doing. Next slide. I mentioned that Deborah has made my work really easy and hard at the same time. I don't want to repeat anything she said. So if you see me skipping some of the things, just understand I forgot to delete what I noticed she said already. Having said that, I just want to narrow it down to the Kenyan context, because we already have the bigger picture of what UN Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities say, the Disability Protocol, the Africa Disability Protocol, which I am glad when we talk of all these things, we as Kenya, at least we pride ourselves that we have ratified the UN Convention, and we have also adopted the Africa Disability Protocol. But even as we do that, we felt that was not enough. So in 2010, through lots of advocacy, we have the sign language in our constitution. Did this make us happy? Of course we were. Did it change everything? You heard from the speakers, because the real situation on the ground is that today there are still deaf people who get misdiagnosed in the hospital because there are no interpreters. There are still many deafs who lose this case, just like we lost the case when I was a child. Not because we didn't have watertight evidence, but just because the policy and the systems are either lacking, and if they are there, the implementation is still missing. So in the Kenyan context, other than the constitution, we still went ahead and we have a bill in the Senate, the Kenya Sign Language Senate Bill number 9 of 2023, which has very nice things, very good recommendations. Additionally, we also have, just last year, we have the Disability Act 2025 being ascended into law. And all these things, when you look at them, for instance, the Disability Act that we just had last year explicitly requires public and private institutions to provide information on accessible formats and to accept sign language and other accessible communication modes, including KSL, Kenya Sign Language. With all this going on, does it translate to effective implementation? In Kenya, no, it doesn't. So where is the problem then? What is ailing us? And this, what I'm painting the scenario here is not a problem that is specific to Kenya, but then it is cutting across Africa, because through the networks, we've been able to interact with other people, especially, particularly when I was doing this research, talking to a few of friends from Uganda, Nigeria, and Tanzania, realizing that some of the issues we're battling with actually cuts across. Oh, I'm sorry, I think I left you guys behind somewhere. So right now, I am on the purpose of the study. Guys at the technical desk, if you could help. Okay. So I just needed to find out to what extent is sign language policies exist. And secondly, to find out to what extent interpreters, the deaf, and other stakeholders are involved in formulation and execution. And also the awareness level and the status of the regulatory structures, which I think largely has been presented. By now you are aware. So let me not go into the details of the research, but I was able to get to 20 people who actually consented for us to use their responses in this particular presentation. And I was asking very simple questions in research. Does the country have a sign language interpretation policy? And how about the organization you work in for the institutional leaders? And to what extent are you aware or you understand these policies? And it was surprising because at some point I was asking people, including some sign language interpreter, and they posed back the question. And one institutional leader was like, is there something like that? So clearly I came to realize the awareness is one of the things that is still a major hindrance to us achieving the goals or the place where we want to be when it comes to sign language interpretation and the rights of the deaf. So at this point, just allow me to go very briefly to slide 12, where I'm going to just tell you some of my findings as I was doing this. When it comes to the existence, about 17 out of the 20 that I asked, they confirmed that they were sure these policies existed, and 3 were uncertain. About the awareness level, 5 out of 10 interpreters were aware. The deaf, 2 out of 5, and then institutional leaders, 1 out of 5 is the only one who was aware. In terms of recognition, in the legal recognition, again, some people are not even sure. Is it there? Is it in the Constitution? Is it a Disability Act? I'm not really sure. But then since we're in the middle of this, again, I got quite interesting responses. I think I will be sharing this whole presentation with you just to see some of the things I found out. And then finally, something that was really coming out strongly is some of the main challenges on slide 17 to implementation of the sign language policies. And on top of the list was inadequate funding, lack of accountability framework, awareness gaps, and weak or no monitoring structures. Again, as I was doing this, some of the deaf mentioned that many of the community members only hear about these policies during advocacy events. And one of the institutional leaders also told me that we know about inclusion is required, but then we are not familiar with specific sign language policy obligations. And one of the interpreters also mentioned that we are invited to interpret during policy discussion, but not to contribute. That means we remain like service providers. So then, having said all this, what next? I have just a few proposals here, and I'm going to relate it in the slide 21. Multi-sectoral framework. this work requires us to come together. It cannot be done by one group or one person. And people at the technical team, are you able to move with me? So we require multi-sectoral effort, which is to mean that we need the legal, people in the legal space, we need the government to come in on board, we need the sign language interpreters, and we need the deaf so that we can work together. And this is very true because in the African setup, we relate very well. When you go hunting for a target, then what you do is you don't all follow one route. If you follow one straight line, you'll never meet your target. Instead, what we do, you come from this direction, another one come from this direction, from all corners. Then at the end of the day, you're able to capture your target. And should you be able to capture the target, I'm sorry, the people at the IT, are you able to move faster with me? Otherwise, I feel like I'm leaving you guys way behind. Right now, I am at almost at the far end. Yes, just keep going, keep going. Thank you, Leonida. Just keep going. Keep going, keep going. Thank you, keep going. Just keep going. What next? Okay, just the next one, I think there. Thank you very much. That's where we are. Please try to move with me. So that's where I was explaining. These are hunters trying to capture a target. You don't all come from one direction. So this is my plea, that just as these hunters are strategic in Africa, we also have to be strategic. And when you're strategic, just move to the next slide. In the next slide, the call to action. And in the call to action, as I finalize, I had promised that I'll do very little sign language. So allow me to hand this over. What you see on the screen is somebody who has captured what they were targeting. And for us, I believe we can get to this place. When we get to a space where policies exist, and they don't just exist on paper, they exist and they're being implemented, then we are going to enjoy not just the meat, like the hunters enjoy, both the deaf, the interpreters, then we shall be able to enjoy. Allow me to sign as I conclude.
Thank you. So the main call to action to us at this particular moment will be looking at who we need to work with in this process. One, starting with interpreters, two, the deaf leaders, institutional leaders, government, and organizations at regional and global level. For instance, Afsli, we have WASLI, WFD, ATICO, and other regional bodies. Starting with the interpretation group, it's important for us within our countries, in our national organization, to strengthen our professional body, to help us in the process of advocacy, so that we can have formal inclusion. And you know, when you want something in Africa, it's not a wait and see. Nothing is given, but only take it. We also need to work to ensure that we have professional accreditation systems within our countries. It's important for us to know who are accredited, who are licensed, and what is the matrix for this process. For the deaf leaders, I am a hearing person. When we are advocating and representing the needs of the deaf person, we are not advocating from the lived experience, and we come out as a bother. So you, as deaf leaders with lived experience, it's important for you to take charge for this, for impact of advocacy to be realized. So my plea to you as deaf leaders is, let us stand up and work together to achieve our common objective that will ensure that we have not only policy on paper, but implemented in practice. Also, it is important to emphasize that when we are working with different organizations, be it public or private, we need to be on the table to participate in all these oversight bodies. A call to action for institutional leaders. So most of the time when we ask people about policies that we have about sign language, there's limited awareness about this. And it is important that we have sensitization of these policies so that we can have them taken to action. When we have the deaf-led groups, interpreter groups advocating for government, but not in unison, it becomes a challenge to achieve our policies. I think we really need to include the government for us to realize the fruit of our advocacy. How are we going to accredit interpreter? How are we going to regulate interpreter? What system or metrics are we going to use? Do we have penalties for discrimination? Is the process clear? Are we being inclusive as we do this and partner with the deaf community so that we are able to implement this accessibility in practice? And the running a call to regional organization as Afsli will be that we as African countries, we need a Pan-African centered approach. We need to have a trickle-down system where what we have at regional level can be shared at the national level. Do we have system for training? Do we have a matrix for remuneration? How can we come up with this? So at this level of regional institution at AU, what policies of influence that align with our national level policies can be utilized to achieve this goal? Lastly, we can proceed with the slides. You proceed with the slides, please. Next. Next. Next slide. Next slide, if you can proceed, yes. Just proceed, I'll tell you when to stop. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Now, I am an interpreter, yes, but when I'm done with interpretation, I bike. I'm a biker. Why? I love riding on my bicycle, on my motorbike. And when I'm cruising, there's a guideline that we follow. And that is all gears all the time. Coming to Rwanda, I saw policy on every person needing to wear a helmet on the motor. We have to do that. The rider and the client, that has to happen. And everyone in Rwanda is following that policy. That got me to understand truly that behavior change is possible when there's policy, and that policy is implemented. We can borrow this in our context of sign language interpretation and sign language to ensure that we have not only policy on paper, but also policy in action. Next slide. As I finish up, I have a short story about starfish. So there was a young girl who was walking at the beach, picking starfish and throwing them back into the ocean. An older gentleman came and asked, "Why are you doing this? It's a long beach. There are many starfish. What you're doing is useless." The lady looked at the gentleman and picked one starfish, dropped it into the sea. And she said, this made a difference for the starfish. And this is it. Sometimes we feel, yes, we have a long way to go, too much policy, constitution, we haven't been recognized and all that. But it is that one step that matters to our journey to achieve our objective. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I want to appreciate the team that worked with me to provide me this interview, to provide me space for the interviews. I want to appreciate Afsli for the opportunity to do this presentation. I also want to appreciate DOE International, my employer, who gave me an opportunity to be here. I'll also I want to appreciate CITAM Church also for support. And without CITAM Church support, actually, this wouldn't have been possible. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate you for your time and attention as I do my presentation, and great appreciation to myself, Adoyo, for the presentation. Thank you.
That was beautiful, Adoyo. So, one kind request, please, if you have a question, put it in your brain or write it somewhere. We're going to have a Q&A session after the second presentation. Thank you so much. Having a hunter's mindset. So the second topic now is professionalization of sign language interpretation in Africa. Ethical considerations and best practices for interpreters. So let's talk about this dawn in the flesh, you know. We all want to be somewhere as interpreters in Africa and being professionally recognized. So how will we get to this? What ethical considerations do we need to think about? And to take us through this amazing topic is Priska Signolo. As she comes to the stage, Priska Signolo is a Zimbabwean educator and a sign language interpreter dedicated to advancing deaf education and language access. She holds a Bachelor's of Science degree in special education and currently teaches secondary deaf learners at a special school in Zimbabwe. In addition to her teaching, Priska volunteers as a sign language interpreter in critical settings such as courts, hospitals, and police stations, ensuring deaf individuals have equitable access to essential services. She serves as the national chairperson of the Sign Language Interpreters Association of Zimbabwe, where she leads initiatives to professionalize interpretation and support interpreters nationwide. Priska is also a member of the Central Planning Committee of Afsli Rwanda Conference 2026, contributing to regional capacity building and inclusive leadership. Her work embodies a commitment to education, justice, and deaf empowerment. She has 20 to 25 minutes to share her exceptional knowledge with us. Welcome, Priska.
I would like us to explore how sign language interpretation in Africa is evolving as a profession with important ethical responsibilities and recommended best practices. If you could go to the next slide. On the definition of some terms so that we walk on the same page. Professionalization is a process of establishing and maintaining standards, training, and ethics in a profession. Ethics are principles guiding professional conduct, ensuring integrity and accountability. When we are talking about best practices, we are talking about established methods and standards, ensuring quality and effectiveness. Sign language interpretation is communication using visual gestural language to facilitate communication among deaf people and also between hearing and deaf people. It can be very culturally and linguistically sensitive kind of communication. Next slide, I'm on the context. Context in Africa. Yes, let's move to the next slide. Okay, I'll continue while they move on. So in Africa, we have growing needs for sign language interpreters, but limited training and certification programs. And our sign language interpretation is not uniformly regulated across the countries. And various African sign languages, we have various sign languages and cultural contexts, which also make an impact on our interpretation. There are varied levels of proficiency among interpreters, and the map, it's showing countries where sign language has been recognized legally. And incidentally, on the issue of recognizing sign language, we have about 4 countries that have explicitly recognized the language. Like maybe I'll ride on a previous speaker, Deborah to be specific, who highlighted the kinds of legal frameworks, like is it disability law, or is it constitutional, or is it about languages? So I'll not dwell much on that since you have detail from a previous speaker. The other map is showing us countries that have deaf associations or sign language interpreters associations. The orange color is highlighting countries in which associations do exist. We must applaud that since the countries number up to 40 plus, I should think. That's according to WFD database and several other authors. Let's go to the next slide. Importance of professionalization. Professionalization of sign language brings about consistent quality standards, accountability, and recognition of interpreters. Professionalization also helps to certify trained interpreters. There is better communication outcomes for deaf people, and deaf communities can access services and participation in society. In summary, we should say professionalization helps ensure accurate, reliable, and culturally respectful interpreting services that benefit individuals and communities. Next slide. On ethical considerations, we are looking at 3 pillars: confidentiality, neutrality, and informed consent. What are we saying? There is need for accuracy and impartiality, that is faithful interpreting without bias. There is a tendency to probably have a relationship with the deaf person such that you tend to also involve your emotions. We are saying that is not professional. Practicing confidentiality by protecting sensitive information that is private. If we take the scenario at a doctor where probably you're interpreting the deaf person's sickness, you know that information when you go out there, it is very important for you to keep that information private. Then there's cultural sensitivity. Yes, the deaf people have their own culture, and it's very important for us to respect their culture. Unfortunately, due to lack of awareness, you find there's so much stereotyping, stigmatization of deaf people due to misinformation in terms of what people understand about the culture of the deaf people. It's also important to respect professional boundaries by maintaining interpreter-client relationship. I think a number of people are guilty of this one. I remember some people telling us they met their wife when they were doing their interpreting job, Anyway, I think it's important that you disclose. If you get into a relationship, you disclose to whoever is your authority that I'm dating this woman. Then there's the issue of informed consent, which involves ensuring that clients understand how their information may be used. Yes, we find that there's some profiteering that goes around. There are opportunists whom we know about, we won't name them. And even in your country, I'm sure you know some of such people. They'll use the pictures, they'll take the videos, they'll source funds, and whatever they're doing in those pictures. So it's important probably to have a video release form, a picture release form, you sign so that you are accountable if any information leaks into the wrong hands. So in short, ethics guides interpreters' behavior from being faithful to the original message to maintaining confidentiality and respecting deaf culture and autonomy. Next slide. The challenges, ethical challenges. Those ones are quite obvious. Interpreter bias or influence, like I said before, you can be emotional about whatever it is, but you need to avoid that. Dual loyalty to deaf clients and hearing stakeholders. You might want to impress your employer or whoever is paying you and compromise the professionalization of our interpreting. So please, let's watch out. There are cultural and linguistic interferences. So it's also very important to be aware of the culture and the languages. So in summary on this one, its interpreters may face tensions between clients and institutions, requiring careful ethical decision-making and experience. Let's move to the next slide on best practices. We have 3 key pillars: professional development, collaboration with the deaf, workplace conduct, and tools. In detail, let's say you must use internationally accepted standards. We have Afsli, we have your organization, we have Afsli. So those standards we are talking about are probably, in this case, we are talking about what are the policy issues or what are the requirements expected of us by our mother board, Afsli. Then we need continuous professional development through ongoing training, testing, certification, and skill enhancement. There's also need to adhere to codes of ethics by following professional guidelines. This one is very important. Collaboration with deaf communities. Everyone has been saying it's nothing for them without them. So that's their mantra, and we ought to respect that. What are we doing looking like we are the owners of the sign language when the owners of the language are there? We need to respect both them by working with their organizations or with them as individuals. Then we need to use tools like glossaries, visual aids, feedback loops to improve on accuracy. Interpreters must remain lifelong learners, adapting to new contexts and technologies. I'm sure a lot of senior people who came to this stage testified to that they are learning even now. Yet we look up to them as experts. We don't even think they need to learn anything, but everyone is learning every day. Next slide on case study. I'll run through that very quickly. I'm just talking about a few countries like South Africa, where sign language has been recognized as official. I think South Africa is the youngest to recognize sign language legally in 2023. Thank you, South Africa. They have a sign language interpreters association, and they do have training and certification available in the country. They also face challenges like all of us on limited resources, high demand for interpreters. When we get to Kenya, I won't dwell much on Kenya. I think a lot has been said in detail about Kenya. They're doing great work. Next slide. Yeah, they face the same challenges of limited funding and the need for more interpreters. We go to Zimbabwe. Next slide. Zimbabwe also has a specific law on sign language in Section 6 of 2013 Constitution, where sign language is among 16 of the indigenous languages that are recognized as official. And a lot of work is the training programs, there is collaboration with the deaf organizations. The challenge is also center on resources, resource constraints, and awareness raising. Ghana, let me move to Ghana and Rwanda. They also have that same status. They've recognized sign language indirectly, like my sister was highlighting. Some constitution, or they don't have a specific sign language law. That is to say, they ride on the disability law, but all the same, we appreciate. The current challenges in Africa include limited access to training. Next slide. Limited access to training and certification, diverse dialects across the continent, lack of resources, insufficient recognition of the sign language, interpretation as a profession, and poor working as well as poor remuneration. It is important to address these challenges. Then our future directions include advances. Next slide. Kindly move to the next and next and next. I'm on future directions. Advances in technology such as remote interpreting services and video relay services will likely expand access to interpretation. Improved policies will help support professionalization of interpreters, ensuring they are recognized as vital members of the communication process. The recommendations include, next slide, government policies, establish certification frameworks, funding, public awareness, next slide, build partnerships with government and deaf organizations, empower the deaf communities to demand quality service. Next slide, on my summary, professionalization lifts standards, ethical practice is foundational, best practices require collaboration, professional interpretation benefits everyone. By building ethical frameworks and expanding training, we move towards more inclusive societies. Next slide. And you skip that to the next slide. To the next slide. On question and answer, skip that. I'll say, let's encourage each other to consider how we can contribute to professionalization of sign language interpretation. That's your homework. Thank you. Next slide. And next one. Thank you.
Wonderful. Let's clap for Signora. Wonderful. Okay, so we have like 10 minutes of questions and answers. So I'll start with Priska since she's here. Then I hope you have some questions for Adoyo. Any question for Priska? Her presentation was professionalization of sign language interpretation in Africa, ethical considerations and best practices for interpreters. Any questions? Awesome. That means she has explained very clearly. So let's clap for her again. Thank you so much, Priska. Awesome. I'd like to invite Winnie Adoyo to the stage now. Welcome, Winnie. All right, so those questions that you had written for Winnie, and she presented on the topic, Bridging the Silence, Policy and Advocacy for Sign Language Rights in Africa. Any questions for Winnie?
I'm not sure. Is everybody clear on the presentation? Because I see there are no questions.
Wonderful. Seems like the two ladies expounded on everything, so no questions, right?
Perhaps maybe people are hungry. I don't know.
Could be. All right. We have a question from Christopher.
Can everyone see me if I stand here? I have a question for both of you. I come from the United Kingdom, and we also have a lot of policies that we see, but how those policies are actually disseminated to our interpreters are unknown. A lot of interpreters might not be aware of the policies we have. There are policies about working in education, in hospital settings. So it's important for you to know what policies are in place in your country for interpreting services. What does it actually say? And we need to be aware of that and how to put it into action. So we have the policies, but then what is the action? What are we doing as interpreters? Do we need to then learn what the policies are so we can better advocate? What are we doing to change the current landscape and situation? So what advice do both of you have on how we take those policies and put it into action? You know, we're talking about the starfish. What can I actually do as one person, one interpreter to take that policy and make it real action?
Is that the only question? The only question?
So we have a recommendation from Deborah.
Thank you both for the presentations. It's really nice to see the information you were sharing, and I will be using some of it for my research as well. I just have more of a comment or a recommendation for us. When we're doing research, we have the information, but we see what availability to online information do we have? Having more websites put in place, the work that we do with both deaf associations and interpreter associations, have that on a website. Do some type of marketing of the work that we do. Show that we are here, and that can help build broader awareness. So it's important for us to show our work and show our faces so that the larger public knows what we're doing.
I changed my mind. Let me speak. Okay, so onto the question. If I got you right, you're asking all these policies, but what am I doing as an individual to make my contribution count in the whole talk about policy? Yeah, thank you very much. So when I was finalizing my presentation, I told about the starfish story. Without repeating it, each and every one of us seated in this room, I want to believe there's something you can do. I was just having a chat amongst my Kenyan delegation that we're here with, and one of them was actually pulled into this trip the last minute because a colleague told her, there's no way you're missing this, please either way. Speaking about how important Afsli conference is, or when you have an opportunity and then we don't keep any information. From this conference, I have learned so much. The kind of things that other people are doing in their countries, it's just immense. And each and every one of us can learn. Home country, there are opportunities. There are times when the deaf people want to go out and lobby for something. As a sign language interpreter, if you're missing in that group, then you're failing all of us. Any slight opportunity you get to share knowledge, share information, or even to just assist, because sometimes, again, we need to work very closely with the deaf people. That one action, that one information you share, that one meeting you attend, that one other interpreter you mentor, all of us together, that one government person. Actually, when I was doing this research, allow me to mention that when people were asking me, what is the policy? I grabbed that opportunity to talk about the 2010 Constitution, 2023 Bill, 2025 Disability Act, all these things, and they are very specific things that you need to be aware of. So you can just extract that, keep them handy, so that should somebody ask you, you are talking policy, 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 but then what can I do? As an organization, in your inclusive, in your structure, you can come up with a policy and start from there. And it is me and you who is going to do this advocacy. We are not going to wait for any other person. Speaking one starfish at a time, throwing back into the water, it will live. And at the end of the day, 10, 20, 100, 1,000 will be alive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for her. Awesome. Thank you. We also know about the ripple effect of throwing one small pebble into the waters, and that's the effect you create as an individual. Just to add on from what I have personally learned, that it is perhaps time that we seriously took the role of advocacy as interpreters. And I'm looking at it from a perspective of how much gain and advancements we would make if only we did that. Because the more sign language policy thrives and is respected, the more job opportunities there are, and we can look forward to and have better and even sustainable income for both us and even the deaf people, and improved training of interpreters to the tertiary level, and hence even deeper professional recognition of this skill that has long been viewed as a charity response. Thank you so, so much for your time. My name is Tracy Nyanjao from Kenya. Have a beautiful rest part of your conference.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope your memory is not crashing, because we have so much information to take home. All right. So bear with me, and as I introduce to you also a profound and a distinct personality who has also worked within the African continent, and also have worked in the area of deaf interpreting. I met him in 2017 when he came to Abuja in Nigeria for the first Afsli conference, where he came and made presentations together with Natasha. Permit me to welcome for the next engagement, Razak. Thank you.
So what we are going to be covering today will relate to what we had presented yesterday. And it's about the blended teamwork, So if we can please have our presentation up, we would appreciate that.
Perfect. Who's first? Go ahead, Glashanda.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Glashanda, lawyer. And I have a PhD. And we are here to explain what we are doing with this project, with this partnership, in conjunction with deaf and hearing interpreters working together in the formation of this project in order to support interpreters in the Global South.
Next slide, please. I can go next. Hello, folks. Perfect. Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Kyle Duarte. I am currently a working interpreter who resides in Washington, D.C. in the United States. I have a PhD that I gained in France and currently do work in linguistics research. I also own a business in Washington, D.C. as well.
Oh, I forgot to add, yes, you're right, Kyle. I also do research, and I previously taught deaf children. I also teach at the university level, and I do own an independent business that I run for interpreters, and multilingual interpreters in particular. And now it comes to me. I am a full-time working interpreter, and I also own a business for sign language interpreters, teaching and training interpreters, and translation services. And I'm also currently studying at the university level at a university in Scotland, specifically studying interpreting and research in interpreting. I grew up in Malawi. I also started working in South Africa, so I have very close to both of those cultural experiences.
So with this project, we have cohort members from 4 different countries. And with that, we focus on interpreting in multiple settings and how this work can be generalized into other places. And so first, we would like to invite our Ethiopian cohort members to stand and say hello to the room. Next, our next group, if we can go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. There we go. Next, we have our Malawi cohort. Where are you? Please stand. Come and say hi to the room. Next slide, please. Where are our Rwanda, our local people? Where are our friends from Rwanda? There we go. I see some over here and over there.
Even working interpreters in the Rwanda interpreter team, please stand.
And we are so grateful to Rwanda for hosting us here with you all. Next slide, please. The last group is our folks from the United States. If you would please stand as well. So this cohort constitutes of both deaf and hearing interpreters. Not all folks have been trained by traditional university systems. However, they still have a multitude of experience and knowledge that we want to share with each other to better support our partnerships and work going forward for the lived experience of interpreters all over the world. Next slide, please. This morning during Deborah's presentation, she talked about Canadian and American US systems for interpreting and what interpreter training programs look like. And in the Global South, many of these systems do not exist for interpreters, for them to be able to gain more skills. American and Canadian programs teach the philosophy of interpreting and the interpreting skills within the same programs. However, that system is not replicated all over the world. It is often impossible in many other countries for both aspects to be included. We know most often the Global South, the African continent, and South American continent already have an embodied language skills. However, they do not have a strong foundation in interpreting pedagogy, the philosophy behind interpreting either. And so this program helps bridge that gap to be able to generalize those skills for interpreters across the world. And so we are just incredibly grateful. We did receive some funding support. Unfortunately, it is a one-time grant, and so future work for this may be impossible. We are currently looking for other sources of funding streams for future years. That remains to be seen for what our work will evolve into, but we are hopeful for more. Next slide, please. Next slide.
So this project is designed to have 23-week sessions conducted over Zoom remotely. 13 weeks. And these sessions are taught using sign language because we have 4 different countries with their own sign languages. And we're using international sign in our shared spaces. So of course we have America, Ethiopia, Malawi, and Rwanda would be unable to communicate in each of their sign languages, so using international sign bridges that gap. Now, there was some instruction of international sign at the beginning, and we began talking about the interpreting process and what that looks like across the globe. Now, we don't necessarily expect that one approach is going to fit every country. Again, each interpreting cohort from each country needs to think about how these concepts that we're discussing can apply specifically to their own country contexts.
Can we go back to the previous slide? Just the perfect. Oh, maybe it is the next slide. There we go. Next slide, please. Perfect.
As both Kyle and Glashanda mentioned, we are envisioning to do this instruction in international sign and build capacity within each country cohort. Ultimately, we're not having interpreting practice within these cohorts, but we are developing the skills in practice sessions within our groups. So not actively interpreting, but developing those skills. And again, how each cohort and each country cohort can think about how they can be adapted to this. In June and July, we will be sharing these materials via Creative Commons so that anyone else who is interested can replicate it in other contexts. If you would like more information on the project, you see our contact information here on the screen. Please visit our website. You can see more information there. Thank you so much. And we are open to questions about the project now or at any point. Feel free to come chat with us about it.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Razak and the team. We now break for lunch. Please proceed to the same dining areas you used yesterday. Thank you. We'll return back in the conference room at 2:15. Too sharp.
My bio, but I am an education specialist, inclusive education specialist in a company called Access Enable. Our organization focusing on empowering deaf youth and children in that area of education and the employability of vocations. As you know, persons with a disability, especially youth, we support them, those who dropped out from school, we help them to back to school. So that's why I have welcomed my colleagues to join me on the panel. Briefly introduce yourself to the audience.
We had agreed with the technical team to just show the bio so that instead of repeating, the bio can explain itself. However, in summary, I've been an interpreter for more than 15 years and served in various fields, health, education, as well as government functions, including conferences. More so I've been in the HIV prevention field and counseling. So that's in summary what I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name's Joseph Etiang. I'm deaf myself. I was born hearing, and then I became deaf at the age of 14. I work with an organization in Kenya, an NGO, a local-based organization in Kenya, as the Disability Program Officer. As well as I'm a member of the Technical Working Group with the government in various functions. I was recently also appointed to sit at the board as the director of the National Council for Persons with Disability. My work in HIV prevention springs over 15 years.
Oh, wonderful. It's a good experience as you have introduced yourself. Briefly, I have few questions to discuss on this panel. To begin, my question is for each of you. Please, could you briefly describe the key communication barriers that deaf pregnant women face when accessing maternal health care services in Kenya? I start by Joseph.
Thank you very much. From my experience as a deaf person and also about the deaf women, especially in Africa, I'll talk about those who are in the village. What are the types of the communication barriers that they have? Access to information because of interpretation. I remember one time a deaf lady went to hospital, and because her sign language was not that good and the people did not understand, what they did was that they would speak and have attitude towards her. So the attitude itself, they thought that this person is mad. So that is communication. That is barrier number one. And then when it came to medication, what I've seen is that there's also a barrier where the doctor prescribes probably something like 1 times 3, where you take it one in the morning, the mid, or in the evening. And what happens is that they take all three at once. So I've seen that. And then the other thing is follow-up, because follow-up is also key. When you've given someone treatment, then you need to make follow-up so that you can see if they've been able to get proper treatment. And therefore, access to interpretation services, the discussion if it is writing. And remember, this individual himself, probably the education level varies because of the school system. So it becomes a problem. And therefore, if you depend on lip reading, you may find the wrong understanding or perception of what is being discussed. So both the consumer and the doctor who's providing the services are not able to communicate clearly. So interpreters' issue is a key.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Yeah, sure. Many times, when a deaf person goes to a hospital, some people first impression is to speak and say, oh, what are you looking for? Sometimes at the hospital, clinics and different areas delivering the health services, they do have lines. So, dear colleague, do you have any to add what he has described?
Yes, as is mentioned, one is societal attitudes that is explained. The other thing is systemic gaps we see, not only in Kenya, but I think it's across Africa. We are learning a lot from the West and what they're doing. And then the socioeconomic factors that is mentioned, where we have different levels of those who've attained a certain degree of understanding. And then the regional nuances, especially in Kenya, where one region signs something different and the other region understands it in a different way. So these regional nuances also brings technical issues for someone who seeks services, especially antenatal care.
Oh, wonderful. Attitude matter. Attitude can be a big barrier for many things. I know each one of us knows, and they have encountered many situations like that. My second question is, do you think technology such as video remote interpreting mobile apps help reducing communication barriers, or policies and laws existing in Kenya, ensuring accessible healthcare communication for deaf people? All those laws and the policies guiding, interpreting career, how to support pregnant deaf women, accessing health care, maybe the time giving birth or looking for any health service. What ethical challenges arises when family members or untrained individuals interpret during medical consultation? Maybe they don't know sign language for professionally. Just like those people help deaf women or any deaf person. What is your experience on those areas of questions?
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to start with the technology or the technological aspect, and I'll say something funny. When it comes to technology, especially here in Africa, it's not that strong, as was mentioned earlier, because you see, even in the village itself, when you bring technology and video relay where someone needs assistance, now where is the credit or airtime to help that person be able to seek medical services through the internet? And also there's usually the video lag because of the access to proper or quick internet services. So I do feel that, yes, we have not yet captured fully what the technology can be able to provide, including also the facial movements that is used in communication. So stronger internet or stronger services, then such technology can be able to assist when it comes to health practices that will benefit the person, especially who lives in the village. But currently, it's impossible. When it comes to the family, then many times I've seen what happens on the ground is that when a deaf person is pregnant and they go with an individual who's a family member, so what happens is that generally the doctors will focus on the family person. Tell this to tell that.
Yeah.
So it becomes a difficult type of communication. So the person appears to be out of place when it comes to such conversations. So the other thing is that when it comes also to family issues, they will a few things, and therefore the information will not be fully captured. Then the issue of confidentiality, because it's a family issue, then there's no confidentiality because now the family will know, and because I do not or have the professional view of what professionalism is when it comes to the medical field, then this person loses trust or confidence. When it comes also to medical approach, it needs to be one-to-one, where confidentiality is kept. If not, then it becomes an issue where something small becomes something big in the village. When it comes to policy, I would say in Kenya, there is something that is being done, especially when the government makes decision. We've seen them not having interpreters in the policy making and also persons who are deaf. In theory, yes, they do pick or identify individuals, but this theory becomes difficult to implement. At least get the deaf person who is living the disability to be able to be part of the decision-making process, because many government institutions do not do that. They just present things or draft and give laws for people to follow. So, and remember, every county has its own varied way of doing things. Even the language itself, as mentioned before, is very difficult, is different. For example, the sign for sex, people understand it differently. When I sign that sex, then they will not be able to understand it in the village. In the village, they will understand that. So you see, the actions varied, and therefore, when you want to reach the person's heart when it comes to medical services, then you need to invite the deaf person himself, and the various deaf people will be able to make their contributions to a better policy.
Sure. Thank you so much. Yeah, as you have described, technology is essential and very crucial to the different countries, same as Rwanda, Uganda. We do have those technology issues. And the smartphones also. You may do a short sample, a research, and you ask for the rural area deaf persons, and you can see most of them, they don't have those smartphones. So technology still as a challenge. Policies and the laws in the press, sometimes they are written in the papers and filed, and well written in the papers, but when you come to the implementation, remains a big challenge. So an expert to implement that policy or law in place, yeah, you are right. You have said that we can just look for the right people, expert in disability, doing that research and help to implement those laws and the policies. Thank you so much, Joseph. Do you have an addition, dear colleague? According to your experience, I do know deaf perspective, it's essential, as Joseph described. His view, but when it comes to interpreters, they do maybe have a different perspective, all in addition to what Joseph said. Take over.
The first question was on policy. So when it comes to policy, there are few steps that the government is doing currently. When we consider recently, there is a department called the National AIDS Syndemic Disease Control Council that included persons with disability to be part of the Kenya AIDS Integrated HIV Strategic Framework. So there is a bit of work that is being done to involve persons with disability in the decision-making process and the implementation. When it comes to family and interpretation, I've been part where we're discussing pregnancy, and the person looked for me as an interpreter because they felt comfortable that I'll be able to have an unbiased view, an unbiased feedback when it comes to questions that they really needed support. I've also seen barriers where, or problems where if they invite a family member, some information is skewed because they either feel sad because they have found out something, or they decide not to mention, as they feel they will be protecting the person. However, when it comes to medical issues, there's a saying, I think in Swahili, they say, ugonjwa haina aibu. So when you're sick, there is no shame. And the beauty with deaf signs is that they are open. So if a family member is there and they're interpreting, they'll feel shy to express some things. And then the last question, I think I've forgotten. You can remind me.
The last question was about family member and professional and trained one. When he or she comes to intervene on the service care, health care service you are looking for, maybe there is no trained or professional sign language interpreter. Maybe some people accompany you as a deaf person. How does and train the person affect the outcomes of maternal health care outcomes?
One of the problems, I think, in Kenya, or I think it's also worldwide, is that majority of hearing individuals try as much as possible to avoid a deaf person or treating a deaf person. So if they see someone signing, the thought is that this is an interpreter. So in the medical space, and I think that's what also Baraza has been mentioning or advocating, is that if you are not qualified to do medical interpreting, don't go in there, because it has resulted in death. So as interpreters, we have the power to kill or save. So it depends on our knowledge. If you are modest enough and you are not comfortable in such situations where we need critical message within a short period that needs to save a life, then the skills of an interpreter becomes very critical to this deaf person's life if they live or they die. And therefore, what I've seen for family members, if they happen to be around, or most of the time they happen to call him, he will be able to recommend deaf people or interpreters whom he feels are good enough to be able to provide support in situations when it comes to medical services. However, the advocacy that I've seen is that most of the time is to seek a professional medical service interpreter. And that's why there is an app that is in use in Kenya, where deaf individuals go to a medical doctor, even without the family, and this app, they can be able to get an interpreter who understands sign language or medical signs and be able to support the individual who is there. So a bit of advocacy, which is now improving in terms of medical services, is being seen in Kenya, and it is producing good results.
Oh, wonderful. Because of time, we are trying to hurry up, but all those challenges highlighted, I would like to ask you a question. For example, if tomorrow you meet a minister in charge of health, what the key action would you advise a minister to take?
Thank you very much. For me, when I meet a government minister or minister of health, one key thing I'll be able to tell them is, please, when you're making your policy and decisions, invite us. Invite me as a person with disability to be there. I need to sit there in the decision making, because as a deaf person, I do understand where the pain, I'm the wearer of the shoe, not a hearing person who speaks on behalf of me. No, it shouldn't be like that. I need to be there in the decision making process as a deaf person.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Do you see the same? Your perspective, if you had that chance to meet the Prime Minister, what the key action would you recommend?
Professionalism. We are putting systems in place, and professionalism needs remuneration, and it needs a good structure. So the support for us as sign language interpreters to be professional, especially in areas like maternal health, and the statistics says that in Kenya, about 1,000 deaths are reported. Among them, we do not know how many deaf die, but I do believe there is quite a number there. So when we make the profession, we make it professional, then it becomes easier to save lives, have quality health care, and also improve lives of many people.
Thank you so much. As Joseph said, the person can be there and sit a place where decisions are made. And the perspective is finding a qualified one, professionalism, and the UNCLPD say that communication is a human right fundamental, and decisions where are made in the parliament with decision makers, it's a good perspective. I really appreciate both of you for your ideas, highlighting challenges. I think this is not only for Kenya, it's the cross-cutting issue across all over the Africa, and many countries experiencing these kind of healthcare issues. Maybe, I don't know what is about Asia, Europe, America. Maybe I would like to open a few minutes for the audience, curious questions, sharing or recommendations. Maybe I would like to welcome 2 or 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mine is not a question, but a general observation I've seen within the last two days, which is today is the 3rd day. I've been observing all the presentations, and I was looking for one word that any key presenter would have mentioned. That is culture. To add on that, my two Kenyan colleagues, I'm very happy about it, what they are doing, and I appreciate it. But I see cultural inhibition is a major problem when it comes to pregnant women accessing maternal health. So thank you. This is what I'm.
Thank you so much. Another one? Another question? Okay. We can move to the next session. Thank you.
It's just an observation. I'm based in the UK. I'm a sign language interpreter. I've been interpreting for about 30 years. And actually, everyone's thinking that technology can solve problems around healthcare. And what we find in the UK is that lots of VRI, video remote interpreting services, now are being rolled out in hospitals. And we're coming up against the same problems. So the Wi-Fi is inappropriate. We also have interpreters that are booked to work on VRI services for the day. And in fact, they're being pulled into rooms, spaces, doing assignments where perhaps they might be out of their sort of skill level. So for instance, they'll suddenly find themselves on a VRI assignment for a crisis mental health meeting. And yes, you're booked to do a VRI job for the day, but you didn't know that you were going to come up against something like that. So whereas in face-to-face interpreting, you would have the choice of saying, oh yes, I'll take that assignment, or maybe this isn't my bag. We're finding actually that some interpreters who do VRI work are struggling with it because you don't know what you're going to face. And secondly, I just want to say there are so many contracts in the UK, and everyone's fighting for contracts for these different technical services to be offered, that there's actually a race to the bottom. So everyone is promising the cheapest rate. And so this also incurs new additional problems. So I don't really have any answers. I'm just sharing that, you know, even in the UK, we experience lots of problems with technology.
Oh, thank you so much. Take over.
I'll say one thing. For us interpreters, I've learned two things. One, let us document our work, but I don't know where we will be able to put where a repository will be. Because when we document our work, we are able to learn experiences from various areas and be able to apply what works culturally for us and what doesn't. To answer my colleague, yes, culture plays a role. The need to understand the deaf client by the service plays a role. The woman who's pregnant may not be comfortable me interpreting. She may be comfortable with someone else interpreting. So the role of being professional, then culture comes first. You can't call yourself a professional if you don't understand the deaf culture. In the health space, it is very, very critical. Most of the times when I go in, I usually ask the question, are you comfortable me being here? So if they are not, then we recommend someone else. So it is critical for us to be cognizant of that.
Thank you so much, our panelists, Eddie and Joseph. Thank you so much. And thank you, audience. See you. Thank you so much. Joseph, do you have a presentation to proceed? please, or technicians?
Can we have the slides up, please? Okay, hello everyone. As I introduced myself earlier, sorry. I'm going to talk about bridging. I don't know if I'm clear. Is everything okay? Can I continue? Okay. So I'm talking about bridging the divide, and we're talking about policy, power dynamics. We're good? My apologies for that. So my topic is going to be about bridging the divide between the deaf and the interpretation community. My focus of presentation is about bridging the divide between the interpreters and the deaf community. We have the policy, power dynamics, because most of the time, the interpreters, or rather maybe in Africa per se, they don't understand the role of interpreters. We have the UNCRPD, which is there, and says interpretation should be available. But now Africa in itself, they don't understand really the role of the interpreter. They do not appreciate the UNCRPD, what it says. The weakness of the interpretation, the law is, or rather the rules are there. And if the rules were not there, then that means that profession will not be appreciated. And most of the African countries, they just talk about interpretation, but they don't really understand what it entails. The institutions, the government institutions, they do not really understand or rather respect the role of the interpreters. The certification, when it comes to the certification, we need to think about it. If a person is an interpreter, is well certified, they show the certificate to prove they're interpreters. So they have learned some of the basics, and then tomorrow they claim to be an interpreter because they have the paper to prove it. They go to learn sign language. When you learn sign language, it does not mean you're a qualified interpreter. The limit of professional protection, I see in most cases in Africa, many people, the interpretation profession is not protected. Once you see a government makes a decision, if an interpreter approaches and they look at him just as another person, what does that tell us? The interpreters must, when an interpreter comes, the policies need to be strong for them to be recognized. We have the laws of the caregivers. So on these same laws they want to apply in this other profession of interpreters.
which is not good. A caregiver and an interpreter, those are two different roles. Then trust between the interpreter and the deaf people. It's very clear some of the time the trust is strained. They just bring any other interpreter to the room. And for example, in Kenya, we have a law, they've published a number of laws to the different caregivers for the blind and the physical disability, but there's nothing much about the interpreter. So these two needs to go hand in hand for the deaf counterparts and the interpreters as well. Then when it comes to power, for the deaf community and the interpreter community, they need to work together, they need to work in harmony. And this will help the government to recognize as an interpreter with their rights. But if they try to segregate these two parties, then we cannot be able to achieve what we expect to achieve. So what is important is for the deaf community, some of them tend to feel they do not trust. Yes. So for the deaf community and the interpreters community, as I say, they need to work together in harmony. As we see many of the countries, most of these two parties work independently. And that shows other people, or rather they do not see, that makes the community not see the importance of interpreters. If they see us working together in harmony, then everything will align. Because some of these deaf people tend to think that some of the interpreters don't keep confidentiality. And when it comes to the interpreters, the interpreters want to work with a deaf person, yes, but the deaf is not really welcoming. Then the professional recognition. Many times when the interpreters go outside, the people do not see them as professional. This means that it is important to make things, to harmonize things for the interpreter's world and the deaf world to work together and to move together in harmony. The next. So, why Afsli matters? It is a good platform for interpreters to communicate and advance their profession. It also gives opportunities to harmonize and standardize, to share ideas, to help others who are coming up in the profession grow. It protects for the ethics, the ethical code among the member states. It is very important. This is a very important point. We as African interpreters, we need to train ourselves, or we need to add other interpreters on the ethics that they need to follow, the boundaries that they need to keep, so that we can be at the same level. Not that this team is doing that way and the other team is doing a different way. We all need to work together in the same level, same standards. And we should not really hoard things. We should be able to try and share information with one another. Then for Afsli, we try to make, strengthen the deaf and interpreter coordination. Like the way we have come together here, it is very important for both parties to be here, so that when we go back, we are preaching the same information that we got here and spreading it to the rest of the community which is out there. Everything is in line, everything is harmonized. If a deaf voices something, the interpreter can join in and back them up. If an interpreter says something, then the deaf can also back them up. You can go next, please. So my strategic recommendations. The African interpreters need to develop a framework, a guidance for the interpreters, I'm requesting each and every one of you who has gathered here, after we go back, we need to have a framework and a guideline that everyone needs to abide by. Make everyone aware of it. Some of they come to work and support. There's a national certification. The systems aligned to Afsli standardized. And where do we get this? It is for us to work together and give this out. Before this, if you go to learn sign language and interpretation, we cannot just wake up today and say, I learned sign language yesterday and today I'm an interpreter. Because you did maybe just the basics, and to get to an interpretation level, that's a different step. So for governance, so as I said, these two parties need to work together in harmony to formalize the interpreter participation in deaf-led governance. So if the government sees this, they will also respect the interpreters as well, because the voice is one. But if we all speak in different voices, maybe this deaf is going this way and the interpreters are going that way, then nothing will work. So promoting a joint advocacy platform for the deaf and the interpreters to work together. And when the national government sees that the voice is one, then the recognition will be there. If we do this separately, nothing will succeed. Next. So in conclusion, in Africa, some of us, they just bring the interpreters and they see that this is not actually a service that they're bringing. One point of importance we must have is to have very clear policies that say interpretation is a job, it's a profession, they must be permanent and pensionable, medical insurance. If we have policies like this that will support us attain this, then, because for what we have at the moment is just to see interpretation as a service only, or rather it is not a service, but it is important to formulate these policies, interpretation as a profession with its own insurance, pension, and all that. And the government needs to budget for that. So we need to have strong policies, professional standards, and mutual accountability to ensure that the system is very strong and it's trusted across Africa. We need to be together. So in this conference, after this, the call for action is to make sure all the nations in Africa, the service, or rather the cover that they give to this profession is the same in all countries. We do not want one team to go, or rather to think they're going to do everything by themselves. If we do work together, then this will have strong professional, strong policies to protect our profession. Next. So yeah, as I summarize, we said in Africa, I think maybe in the rest of the world as well, I don't know. But when it comes to interpretation, the government does not really take the interpretation of the profession serious. So I'm requesting the interpreters here. So with the laws which are there, the UNCRPD and those things, and look at what WASLI has, and Afsli have, and WFD, and work with that, then it will safeguard the rights of the interpreters and what they do. So, and that issue of seeing this profession as not very valid will end. Because, as we said before, the government thinks about the caregivers, those those who guide the visually impaired and those of the physically impaired. So we need to work together, the deaf and the interpreters, and let's not work separately so that everything can be aligned. I welcome any question you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph. Interpreting is not a service, it is a rights infrastructure. Now let's receive questions and comments. Yes, please.
Thank you so much for that presentation. When you spoke about certification and ensuring that the interpreters have qualifications, I am looking at a comparison with spoken language interpreters. In African languages, that also is not really in place if you look at various countries in Africa. There is for French, English, and Portuguese, those languages for sure. But for other African languages, our indigenous languages, having the standards and training and qualifications in place, it's not there. So it's the same thing. And I think only a few years ago, sign language as well as spoken languages, those language practitioners came together and went to the government lobbying for a budget that allows them to receive a salary. But it needed to go through Parliament and become an act. If it's not in your legislation, if it's not in your laws, it cannot be enacted. So if there is a need for an interpreter in any space, in courts, in hospitals, these are public or government-provided services, then the government will be obligated to provide interpreting services. So just to share that with you, it needs to be part of your laws.
Thank you very much for that. Any other?
Any other question?
If not, thank you very much. Sorry, I thought I saw a hand somewhere. No?
No
Okay,
question.
thank you very much.
A round of applause, please. Thank you very much for your active participation. Now let me call upon Timothy to come forward. for recommendations.
Hello. Are we tired? We are tired. Can we stand? Stand a little while. Can you stretch? You're okay, you're good? You're good? Okay, we'll do the alphabet in 10 seconds. I want them to use their hands. Alphabet in 10 seconds. So, you follow my speed, not your speed. Are you ready? Yes. Let's go. ABC into Z in 10 seconds. No problem. Yes. Any DSL, ASL, all. ASL. Everybody think you're good. Okay? 3, 2, 1, go. A, B, C, D, C, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, U, V, That's what it is, 20 seconds. Yeah, you can say that. All right. Okay, next, we want to apologize. The next person that we're going to take, due to technical reasons, we might not be able to take that very particular person at this moment. We apologize for that. So the next thing, it's supposed to be conference observation and recommendations. And I don't have conference observation and recommendations. But I was told that you all have recommendations and observations. So what's going to happen is that we will take the recommendation and observations based on each table. What you have learned for the days that you've been here. Okay. So I want you to observe the conference planning as well as part of the things that you need to do. We want to hear your feedback. Are there things you feel that we should do next time to make this conference better? We want to hear your observations on that and what are your recommendations. So if you make observation, please give us observation. What I'm trying to say in summary is don't bring problem without a solution. So give me the problem and tell me the solution. Okay, so what we're going to do is that we will pick it up from each table. From each table. So I will give each table, let's say 5 minutes, so that our interpreters can rest for 5 minutes. Each table 5 minutes, then I come back here in 5 minutes to collect your observation and recommendations. 5 minutes. All right, thank you. Each table, start working on that. One observation, one recommendation. Thank you. when you do the observation and recommendation for what you think about the conference, next you should do about what you think about the paper presented so far. Paper presentations. Observation, recommendation, papers, presentations. I know we've talked about educational programs for interpreters. We've talked about advocacy and human rights, support for the deaf community. We've talked about sign language issues. We've talked about so many other issues. And also, what is your observation or recommendation for Afsli also going forward? After this conference, then what next? In no particular order, if we have any table that is ready with its observation and recommendation, please just put your hands up and then I call you to step forward. All right, please, Tracy from Kenya, Priska from Zimbabwe, Joseph from Uganda. Please, can you come upstage? You help us to take notes. So that we can collect notes. So get a pen and a paper. Joseph. Oh, from Kenya. Joseph. All right, since we don't have any table that have suggestion or recommendation, I will call the table, and if you said you don't have anything, then we jump to the next table. All right.
Recommendation we have.
The table with the Kenyan flag.
Yes.
I see you. Your observation and recommendation. Each table you have a microphone. Just tell us.
One of our problems was, or what we have identified as one of the problems is there are no proper sign language training institutions for proper career progression, especially in sign language interpretation. So the solution that we are recommending is that Afsli should take an initiative to write to the different governments in Africa to identify one higher learning or institution of learning to focus only on sign language training that is progressive, so that we know this particular university is offering sign language from the lowest certificate to the highest certificate. If you go to that school, we know that you're going to produce a good sign language interpreter. And then another problem is...
Table, please. So you mean sign language education training, or do you mean sign language interpreting training? Which of it? Because they are two different.
Both. Both.
All right. Thank you. Next table. Yes, my friend from Zimbabwe.
Okay. We have
observed on registration fee to at least our organizers to include t-shirts, dinner on the package. You just tell us the amount of registration fee, but at least to include those things on the registration fee.
It's been observed that we don't have t-shirts, so you need us to have t-shirts included in the registration fee. So once we're giving you, for example, $500, that should be included in it.
Yes.
Okay. So that's fine. All right. The revenue collector from from Kenya. All right.
Thank you
Yes.
so much. For us, we had an observation that most of the signs across Africa, there's a lot of similarity, meaning there's a potential for us to come together and harmonize all of them and have a common sign language. Another observation that our table has made, which is in relation to what someone has said about fee registration. The amount for registration, our observation, it was not inclusive of the upcoming interpreters, especially the students who are in different parts of the Africa who would love to participate. So as we plan for the next engagement, let's consider them so that they can also learn and get to become better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There should be a room for student interpreters. Maybe a different fee package, right? Yeah. For student interpreters. Okay, thank you. All right. The UK table. Like, seriously? That's another marginalization kind of in the room.
An observation, the previous panel speaking about women's maternal health care, it would have been nice to have had a woman on the panel. And beyond that, it would have been nice to have a deaf woman with lived experience of facing barriers during pregnancy and birth to be also on the panel, and if not physically present, maybe a video recording with their story of their lived experience. That's an observation.
Thank you.
There was something else I can't remember.
Okay, so panels, we should be very, very observant when we are putting panels and also the topics, so that people that will sit on panels should be people with lived experience and will be able to at least point actually to the subject matter accurately and deliberately. Thank you. Okay, I have somebody at the back. Is that the Ethiopian group? All right. Sign. Okay. Hold on. We need an interpreter from Ethiopia to have the mic. Interpreter from Ethiopia. You can come here.
Government represent.
Your interpreters have left you behind?
For the presentations with the PowerPoint slides, we'd like to make a recommendation that if we could have a moment before, we could do it ourselves for moving forward on the slides instead of having to wait for the technical team to manage the PowerPoint slides. If the presenter themselves is able to be in control of that, would be very helpful. And also just thinking about time. it's very important for us to respect everyone's time and all of our presenters and to make sure we just have better time management.
Thank you. That's an honest opinion from Ethiopia. All right. Okay. I will go to the Secretary of Kenya, standing tall. I will come to you.
Thank you. I think my observation will be we're in Rwanda, and Rwanda at the moment has not recognized Rwandan Sign Language as an official language. Perhaps we can use the conference as an advocacy platform for the host countries in terms of having advocacy statements to the host countries with the issues that they experience. And also the learnings we have of collaboration between Afsli and WFD, if we can also have the same replicated in terms of having an MOU with the deaf community so that we work together in tandem.
Thank you so much. So the plan, our plan is for us to be able to, this communique is for us to be able to share the report with African Union. That's our plan. So as you suggest, I think there are other countries also of African region that they have not recognized their various sign language. We can also maybe add other African countries too, so that we can also, not only Rwanda, but other African countries also. Thank you for your observation. Thank you. All right. Hold on. So let me be looking at this side. Okay, I will come to you, then I will call, future interpreter will be next. You. Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to sign from here. My observation, the flow of information from the start was not good. It was very low. It was not published well, advertised well. Most people didn't know what Afsli is going to hold the conference from where. So the flow of advertisement was low. But from the time you organize, if you want to expand your network, it is important to use social media and publish information. 2, we request you to improve your network, inciting DPOs, developing partners. You're focusing on national interpreters only, but try to involve other organizations from different countries for expansion of your services if you want support, to make sure you are known. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your observation. Thank you. Okay, future interpreters.
We should appreciate our interpreters, that they are interpreting well and they are coming dressed well, and I hope the interpreters will remain the same.
All right. So the future interpreters already have started advocating that interpreters needs to be appreciated. So thank you for your observation, and we will take note of that. Maybe in the future conference, we will look for a proper way of appreciating interpreters that are working during the conference as well. Thank you so much. And also interpreters working in different fields. We should also call for a better rewarding system for interpreters. Thank you. All right, back to this side. I have somebody from there, Ethiopia. Then I come to the other lady, yes. Please be thinking about the topics. Also, if you have any recommendation of the topics, about the topics. Okay.
We have 2 recommendations. It's important to think about, again, our shared experiences, how we can share knowledge and information. And we've come from our respective home countries all across the continent. Some information might not be as easily accessible to us. For example, so we could have extra tools such as captions on the screen, having more deaf interpreters available for the next conference as well, having more local sign language interpreters for our local languages, just to make sure the information is truly accessible to everyone in the room.
Thank you, well appreciated. Thank you so much. That's well noted. before I come to you, there's a lady over there. Put her hands up.
Thinking about future conferences, it would be nice if all of us in this room, many of us are working as interpreters, and I see a lot of us speaking when we're in our social spaces and even in the room. And we've had multiple presenters and presentations talking about how the need for more collaboration amongst deaf and hearing interpreters. And one way that that collaboration starts is by all of us having this mind shift and thinking about our own privilege and the ways that we use language and being really mindful of our language choices in these spaces. So we need to make sure we have more deaf participants in these spaces, and the information needs to be accessible, and we don't do that by speaking. We do that by using sign languages, whether that be our national sign languages, international sign. We can choose which sign language we use, but we should be signing in these spaces. We don't need to be speaking. Because then when we have our deaf colleagues and deaf participants, they see us having signed conversations, they feel welcomed and able to join us. So we start by modeling that behavior and the way that we can change how we operate and move in these spaces with one another. Every day when we go home to our own communities, for us hearing interpreters, we are often speaking in our own home spaces. So this is not a space where we need to do that. We need to prioritize our deaf communities, our deaf colleagues, and we do that by signing with each other.
Okay, thank you so much. So hopefully in the next conference, before you get into the doors of the conference hall, we'll put sign language space so that you know, and we would like to raise money from that as well, so that when you go against the law, $5 when you speak. So, so thank you for that observation, and we will take note of that. Thank you so much. All right, I have somebody far behind. Behind, I'll come to you. Can you just step forward so that when he finished, then you nod? Come. He should come to this place. You want to use there.
So I'm happy for this conference, but Rwandan Sign Language is not yet recognized, but we are using this opportunity to advocate for the government so that the government of Rwanda can recognize this sign language, because it is a language like any other language. So, for example, by the end of this conference, I wish all of us maybe to form a kind of WhatsApp group so that we can share information together. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. When we were planning for this conference, one of the objectives of the conference is to do it in a country that has less attention from the government. So that when we come together, the purpose of coming together will highlight the importance of sign language and sign language interpreting. And that's why we requested that the government officials should be here, and we have been discussing with them even from the instance of preparation and planning. So definitely, we hope that at the end of this conference, in few weeks or few days to come, the Rwandan government will recognize the Rwandan Sign Language. That's our prayers, and that's what we are hoping to achieve. Thank you.
On the first day, for registration, there was quite a long line for us to even get started. So if we could have a pre-registration, I think that would be very helpful in terms of time and making sure we could all be here when the presentations start and that we could all be here at the same time. Because there were definitely people on the first day that were stuck waiting outside and they were missing information. So I think that's something we could do for the future, is think about how to make the registration process a bit smoother.
Thank you. Thank you. That's well noted. All right.
Our first observation was we had more hearing interpreters who are working alone. So we saw that it's ideal if there will be institutions where we get those who are interested, the deafs who are interested in interpreting, they get educated so that we balance the ratio instead of having more hearing than the deaf. And secondly, we discussed about the program. We didn't see the program. Yes, and inclusively there was a program on our tables. We get to know what is next, what is next. It becomes easy. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We will take note of that. Already we put the program on website because we wanted people to get more information through our website, but that wasn't really done. But next time we'll take note of that so that we can have a program. However, we want to save the planet, so we don't want to print papers. We want to be smart in doing our thing. So probably maybe in the next event, we will do a QR code so that when you come, you just take the program from the QR code and have it accessible for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The organizers of this conference, we have achieved the opportunity to share the experience, but I wish the organizers to plan enough period so that we can discuss more on different topics so that we can be maybe have more presentation regarding sign language interpretation. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, yes.
First, I want to just add on to what another speaker said on use of sign language. There was a communique before we came that mentioned I had a choice, especially as a presenter, to use either international, Rwanda Sign Language, or then English spoken. At this point, I was a bit divided because then I knew I cannot come and use my Kenya Sign Language. But then arriving here, I noticed a call from different people who would have maybe preferred, like my own preference, that I could get to use my language from my country to do event presentation. So this is something I feel possibly could be looked into in future, so that should I opt for that, then I don't feel like the organizer does see me as an indisciplined child who didn't follow instructions. That is one. And two, I also learned maybe I got the communique a bit late concerning the dinner, because my thinking was, how about if we have any other programs in between, then we include the charges in the initial payment for the conference, so that when I'm doing my budget from home, I know what I'm putting into conference and what I'm putting into transport and accommodation. Otherwise, some people might remain in Rwanda after enjoying dinner. And finally, it is escaping my mind, but it was a very valid point. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
You have remembered now?
Asante sana. Yes.
Okay.
1 minute. Okay. I also noticed that previously there were a couple of people who had intended to come and do presentation for the conference. But later on, I noticed some of them had to drop off, partly for different reasons, personal reasons, including financial reasons. My thought on this would be, how about if Afsli would have a way of maybe fundraising more, so much so that at least for the people who have ideas or able to do research on different topics that will impact Africa Sign Language, then they're able to get accommodated, maybe by, in terms of paying half of the fee, conference fee, or at least some kind of a thing, just kind of arrangement, because then if you do all the work, prepare, and at the same time, you have to take care of everything concerning the conference. I feel this might lock out some very brilliant ideas and people who would want to make contribution and an impact in this our journey. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Just like I said earlier, I'm coming to the two of you. Like I said earlier, once you give us a problem, then we will see you as part of the solution. So we will raise money that can sponsor presenters to come. And we would love you to give us some ideas of how to raise the money as well. So thank you so much. Well noted. All right, so I will go to her first, then the next person, then I will come to you. You first.
Good evening, everyone. So I have only one question. So this conference is very good, and we have different topics for different topics, but the protocol team, they are not interpreters. Sometimes they don't know signs. Maybe we can next time see how they can know sign language so that we can be welcomed with the sign language users. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, well noted. Yes, go on.
Just a general question about the discussion about working with interpreters maybe in rural settings and the difficulty with deaf people who have delayed language acquisition or minimal language, and how you explain something. So earlier on, Joseph was talking about having to use various signs for the word sex. Sometimes visual aids can help. Interpreters can use paper and pen or compile resources that are visual, pictures, drawings, and have them laminated that you take with you to your job, because everybody has a different level of language, and so for some people who are deprived of language, visual pictures, drawings might help.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well noted. Thank you. Okay. So we are rounding up.
Thank you so much. Yes, should I continue? Timothy, can I continue?
Yes, yes. Go on.
Thank you so much. For me, I don't know whether it's the WASRI or African interpreters, I don't know, but in Africa, for example, we can use online maybe so that we can use the comments via online so that instead of coming here, signing or saying the observations, maybe we can use in summary online comments. We can maybe put there instead of coming here in front. Then we give the comments, observations. For me, that is the comment I saw only.
So in the next conference, what he's saying is that we should create a platform for comments and observations so that at the end of the day, we can compile all these comments and observations together instead of us just calling for comments and observation, that way. So thank you so much. So I'm coming to you. I have 3 people here. And please, summary. If somebody have said once what you wanted to say, please don't repeat it again. Yes, and what we can do is that we can collect papers. If it's okay, then we document it. So thank you so much. So I will go to the first table by my left. Then second lady, there's somebody also here, and third. So I'm done with this side. Then I come back to this side again. So let's go. 1 minute, sir.
Yes, one of the observations of the desk was that one of our delegates here saw that the naming of the naming tags was not okay. Instead of having presenter participant, why not have delegate and the country of origin? This helps in networking. And then one observation is that, one recommendation is the declarations. These key outcomes need to be tracked, and therefore they need to be somewhere for us to be able to see, so that for the next meeting when we come, we are able to see what we've done or what we've missed or what is still ongoing.
All right, thank you. That's noted. Next.
First of all, I would like to really commend the organizing team. It is a very hectic process to pull up a conference like this one. So congratulations. Thank you very much. You've given us a platform to start from in the Pan-African region. And now my recommendation would be more of a suggestion moving forward. Like you spoke of the topics that we need to cover in the next conference. We would look at the what we need in Africa. Like we've picked a few of the ideas here, like certification, policies, guidelines, standards. Then we tailor the topics around what we need in Africa. And of course, in consultation with the host country, if, for example, they have regulations in place, they would need to know how to implement, then we can align the topics in that way. Then finally, my proposal would be this conference, yes, you said Afsli is an idea, but it is all of us. Even when we make recommendations, we say, this one should be improved, we should know that we are Afsli. People who are here, we are Afsli. We are the ones who should move this body forward. So moving forward, we think of a way to make Afsli a strong organ, a Pan-African body that can really, because now we've seen the references is made to Afsli, made to European, Asian countries where they already have the standards, guidelines of everything like dress code. So we need to build Afsli so that we can have a resource hub within Afsli where all the member countries can refer to. And one way of doing that is holding, apart from conferences, the research and all that, then also, conference in a regular way. Like now we can say from now, we can do it in the next 3 years, we hold another conference. And then before that, we put the structures in place and have all of us participating. And so that's my recommendation.
Thank you. I understand you have more you want to say, so you can take note and please share with us later. We appreciate you. All right, this way.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm going to be as brief as possible. My suggestion would, for the presenters, to be having a presentation clicker. I noticed a lot of presenters kept saying, next slide, next slide, next slide, and that ate a bit into the time. So perhaps during the next planning, we could have a point where, so that there's even that ease of speech when you're giving a presentation, you can control what's happening and you're able to move through the slides as you speak. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. You want to say something?
Yeah.
Then finally, I have somebody there. I want you to finish what you're saying. Then very important, you need to know something. So, hold on.
Thank you so much. My name is Kerubo Gladys from Kenya. And I want to thank all the event planners of this conference for bringing us together. You know, you've really given us space to interact and make new friends. Perhaps, maybe somebody said that, but how I wish that we could have more days for this conference so that we can learn more and more and more and interact better. Thank you so much, and we look forward to more of these conferences. And also, I was asking if there is a common platform for African Sign Language interpreters, maybe a WhatsApp group or maybe Telegram, that maybe we will be interacting after this conference, or maybe share some few materials for a better future. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Well noted. Then we have finally.
Thank you so much. For me, I would like to firstly say the conference has been a wonderful experience. And in my view, we have people here from different countries, which is wonderful. However, in the next upcoming conference or conferences, we would like to, well, my recommendation is, would have more people from other countries as well, to come and learn not only Africa, but in other countries from outside of Africa or the African continent. So we want other people so that they too can learn our culture and that they can also grow from our experiences as well. So thank you.
All right, I'm still seeing your hands up. Is it that you just want to speak or you have really a serious thing to say? All right, I give you 1 minute or 30 seconds for you to see what you want to say. I have you, then I have Naomi.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I tend to think that those who are presenting, their PowerPoint presentations, some of the presenters gave out the scanning code, which some of them gave, but not all of the presenters gave an opportunity for sharing their slides with the attendees, the attendants. So
Okay.
if there could be a way that the presenters share out, as they finish, they share out their presentations with all the people who have attended. Thank you.
Okay, Naomi, 30 seconds.
Ok, merci beaucoup pour cet événement. Je m'exprime en français juste au nom des francophones pour qu'on puisse penser désormais aux francophones. On a l'impression qu'ils sont...
Okay, hold on. We needed to get translation. So
Okay, I can go ahead in English.
No, if you're okay with the French.
I made it on purpose because I felt that French speakers are putting aside of such beautiful conference. So I want you to think about us in the future. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. Well noted. Yeah, the people inside the cubicle are not they are not French Sign Language interpreters, because you said we put them aside. So don't think they are the one inside there. But they are the one there to help us with the translations, you know. But no problem. Thank you so much. Okay, I have Sam wants to say something. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Sam will let Sam speak, then you come.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Lucy from Kenya.
Hold on, Lucy. Sam is up here already.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Just hold on.
Thank you so much to the organizers for organizing this conference. And I feel on my notes and my recommendations, just the process and the reporting. I just wanted to find out if it is possible to have, you know, the proceedings and all of what was happening here on document, so that we are able to give it to government in regards to lobbying. So is it possible for the recommendations to be given later on for lobbying purposes?
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you so much. We have a report which will be officially disseminated appropriately for all of us, which will also have observations and recommendations that we can use to forward it to any government institution or organization that we need. Yes, we have that. After the conference, you have it. Thank you so much. Yes, Lucy.
Okay, thank you for the second opportunity. So my observation, which I had forgotten earlier, is that we have some African countries which have not been represented here. And my recommendation is the organizing team find a way to get back to them. Perhaps there could be challenges that they were facing, so that next time they will not miss out. Another observation, which I feel the need to reinforce on that, it's about inviting the government officials for different countries, especially those dealing with the National Council for Persons with Disability, because they'll get to have first-hand information in regard to what is done in other countries, and they will be able to act on it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. So I just want you to know that a month to this conference, the CPC, we weren't sure that the conference will hold. A month to the conference, we were not sure if this conference will take place. So everything that happened is just a miracle. Let me just let you know. Just to let you know that we also put there's a lot of effort put by the CPC to make sure that this conference holds. We might not have a conference, but actually, based on the feedback we received from all of you, we have a good conference, right? So your observations are well noted. We'll take note of it, and we'll make changes. And some of the changes, you will make the changes, because in the next conference, some of you have to be part of the conference, so that you will also bring all those ideas on board. Thank you so much. I will suggest that Joseph, Priska, and Tracy, please sit together, help us to put this together. Thank you. There will be a technical working group. We want to set up a technical working group here before we leave this conference. And the technical working group will be taking care of some of the recommendations that we've made here. So whatever you have said, you might likely be one of those people implementing it. So I will give you time as we go for tea break to think about it. is a voluntary position. If you feel that you want to, everything done here is successful, and also planning for the next conference and where the next conference will take place, please, after we return from tea break, kindly submit your name to us here. Yes. Then, just to let you know, we will only pick 2 people per region. 2 people per region. West African region, go think about it. South African region, go think about it. East Africa, Central Africa, go think about it. 2 people. Not people that after conference will go to sleep, but people that will start working for the next conference immediately we leave this conference. Thank you so much, and have a nice tea break. We will we will set up a QR code to collect information for Afsli. Yeah, because we're thinking how we can set up, we can have a WhatsApp group. Okay, we have already a WhatsApp group. We are more than 200 and something persons there. So we don't want to create a different group. So, but if you are interested to be in that group, please just let us know that you're interested to be in the group, then you will be added in the group. We have some information about you, the registration. Yes, so we can pick it up from there instead of collecting another information. CPC? All right, thank you. I think it's tea break. We'll come back here in 10 minutes for the closure of the conference. Thank you so much. Have a nice tea break.
Welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon to you, everybody. I hope you are all fine and nobody is going to die after dinner. I hope we are all well, right? Is it right? Okay, that's great. I would like to, first of all, make a few comments before I give my final or closing remarks, especially to the Rwandan group, who are very worried that there is no agreed or authorized use of sign language or approval of the sign language as an accepted language in our country. But we all know that as we have a process and the way, and we have the way we do our things. And I'm sure it might not be tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, but I'm sure this is going to be addressed by our government. So don't get so much worried. Dear distinguished delegates, colleagues, and dear friends, as we come to the close of this important conference, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all of you for your active participation and important contributions. Over the past days, we have shared knowledge, experiences, and ideas that will strengthen sign language interpreting across Africa. We are reminded that our role goes beyond communication. We are key to inclusion, accessibility, and the realization of rights of deaf communities. I extend heartfelt thanks to the organizers, partners, presenters, and our interpreters who have done a very big job. Thank you so much. I would also want to wish you all and let you know that we are going to carry forward, together, we are going to carry forward the commitment we have strengthened here to collaborate, to advocate, and to continue building our profession. The work continues, and together we shall make a very big impact. I would like to wish you all the best. To our colleagues from different countries, I wish you safe travels and success in all you're trying to do to advocate, to support, and to work with people with different disabilities or hearing impairment or whatever we want to call it. So those who want to stay in Kigali, you're most welcome. No problem. Don't go back to Kenya or wherever. If you want to stay with us, we are happy to be with you. And please, you're always welcome to Kigali in case, I hope you have made friends, right? So in case you want to visit your friend you've made in Rwanda, please, you're always welcome. And I wish you all the best, safe travels as you go back home. For those who are going, not those who are staying with us, for those we are going to pray together and we shall keep being safe here. So those are my remarks, and I officially declare this conference closed. Thank you. May God bless you.
Okay, thank you very much for the representative of Minister of Education for these wonderful closing remarks to this conference. So we can also appreciate the support from the government. We can appreciate the support from the government. Okay. Okay. We appreciate the support from the government of Rwanda and the commitment to support people or to support the disability movement. So allow me to welcome Mr. Timothy for the closing, for the word of saying goodbye to people who are here, because we are at the end of this, and saying thank you.
Okay. Joseph just said I should start crying and telling you bye-bye. So I might need to start crying to say bye-bye. Okay, I will call the Central Planning Committee to come up on the stage. Okay, fine. So, the difficult thing about life is for you to say bye-bye. Because you don't know how to say bye-bye, of course. For me to do that, first of all, I'll call Joseph. You need to come up to speak. Then we're going to have the CPC chair also coming up. Yes, to come up. You know, she has added color to the CPC. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just sign my closing remarks. I think firstly I'd like to say a big thank you to everybody present throughout this conference. If you were not here, this conference would have not been possible. So a massive thank you to everybody here. And secondly, to the people and the sponsors who have funded, thank you so much for your sponsorship and your money, because without that money, we would not be able to organize this conference. So there are various donors and names that I'm going to pull up, not all of them though. So the T2020 person, and one name is Aurelia. Aurelia is a French person, and she wanted to support this conference, and she donated some money in sponsorship of this conference. So thank you to Aurelia, all the way on the other side. Unfortunately, she was not able to come, and her sign name is Aurelia on the head like this. She was unfortunately able to attend, but there's one person who is currently filming who will be able to share this video with her to say a big thank you. And I'm sure you've seen Nazreen Bana from a company called eDef and Definition. They've also sponsored a lot of money. It was a massive sponsorship. So we'd like to say thank you for such a relief where we are able to use the money to go, use it for the conference. So thank you, Nazreen. I would also like to thank the WASLI board. Thank you for being here. And I see that, you know, they also have looked at the conference and seen how everything is running, and they've also, the sponsorship that they have given, we'd like to say thank you. And to everybody who has flown through to attend the conference, thank you. And also the HDI, they are the people, the medics, who have assisted us for all the people who haven't been feeling well, and all the people who've been working here, taking videos and photos. Thank you so much. So the HDI have also sponsored the services of the people taking photos and the videographers. We'd also like to thank Overseas Interpreting, OI, for their willingness to give in 2 international interpreters, 2 of them being a part of their staff. So they have actually asked them to work together with the IS team, and thank you that they have offered the 2 interpreters. And Church for Childhood, Chance for Childhood, interpreter's mistake. Thank you so much for the donation on your end also. And thank you to the Rwandan National Union of the Deaf. Thank you so much for your support and all that you have done throughout this conference. Deborah Russell, thank you, especially for your willingness to come all the way from Canada here to do your presentation. And we know that everybody was excited to listen to the presentations, and you also managed, the committee, choosing who was going to be the presenters. So thank you so much for all your work behind the scenes. I'm not sure if everybody's aware, but the way in which Deborah, does her secret work at conferences and at workshops, she always slips through a secret note to interpreters as well to motivate them. So we as interpreters are extremely, extremely thankful to you for all that you do behind the scenes. I have a little box, like a memory box of all the notes that you have given me throughout my years of interpreting. So thank you so much for all the hard work that you have done also. And the floor is yours.
Thank you also, MC. Her name is Lydia. She supports this conference so much about being MC or master of the ceremony of this conference. Thank you so much. For also interpreters, why is MA interpreter called MA? Bujingo. Bujingo, interpreter, Rwanda interpreter. Valentine, Betty, Joy, Fabrice. These Rwandan team interpreters that work hard voicing, interpreting, so they support a lot for interpreting this conference, and it is volunteering. There is no fee for them.
There you go. Thank you very much. So next, I would like to thank our French-English interpreters. So Silas and Stratton, can I ask you to actually come to the front? Because nobody has seen you. You have just been hiding in your box. So yes, I won't speak until you are here and until you are back in your box. Where's Silas?
Okay, and next I'd like to thank the International Sign Language Interpreting Team. I know the one person is currently working, unfortunately, but thank you, Aisha. Thank you to Samantha as well. Thank you to Marsan. Unfortunately, she had to jet off because she had a flight to catch. So thank you to her in absence. And thank you to Dimakatso, who's currently doing the voiceover. The 4 interpreters, they are working here from the goodness of their heart without any pay. So thank you so much for the work that you've done. Okay. We'd also like to say thank you to the Rwandan team who are also not being paid for the days in which they've been working at the conference. So thank you to both the teams. Thank you for your hard work. I know everybody's been working together and we've been giving support and advice as well, which is also good for learning experiences. It's a new experience for you at a conference like this, but it's a very good learning experience. So I know that it is quite difficult to have interpreters watching other interpreters work, but yeah, thank you for the work that you have done.
The next, where is Thierry for Ibaba, the company? I think the technical team, please, can you send up? Technical team from Ibaba. Yes, the Ibaba is the company that is providing screens, this kind of beautiful designs deserve to them. I have seen most of you have taken pictures and everything. It was designed by Ibaba, including not only to this one, also we have so many things behind that have been made by them. So we thank you for them. The next, let us also thank for organizing committee. Organizing committee.
Organizing committee, Dorcas, Aimee, the third one, the third person, Billy, where are you? Billy, where are you? Alani, please come in front. Please step forward. Alan. Janet. Miss Innovation 2022. Please step forward. Me and my team, we are about 7 people. We always work hard so that we organize this conference. Sometimes it was raining. We were supposed to meet so that we organize such conference. So those ladies are really strong. The next person is Dave. All ideas we shared with her, and she shared her ideas when we were organizing this kind of a conference. And by the time we search supporters, she also participated. I could not work alone so that we can organize this conference, but we supported each other so that we make a beautiful, such a beautiful conference. So I thank them. Please take your seat. Thank you. So News 3, that is Rwanda National Union of Sign Language Interpreters. Its sign name is like that. RNUC, as the logo itself shows that the sign is like that. So the male you find there, there are 3 of them. They are sit behind there at the back, at the corner. Please, could you step forward? But they make a beautiful social media. Sometimes they put photos. Please, could you step forward? Please, Shema, come in front. David, please step forward. The third person is Professor. But we called Professor, that person. So I thank this team because they really work hard and they work more, changing photos, putting everything in social media so that every person can see what is going on in the preparation of the conference, that is Afsli conference. So they support us more. Okay, you can go back to your place. Thank you. So have you seen those people? They make a beautiful photo, really. And they really work hard so that we can reach to this conference. But they support us more. When I want to meet them, for example, to share with them how we can do or we can organize such a beautiful conference, we share the experience or we share ideas so that we make this kind of conference. And again, I want to thank HDI the person who is standing, the person who is raising up their hand is from HDI. He made the conference, he took the video of this conference, I took pictures, photos, so we get support from HDI, so we thank them more.
Okay, I think now I would like to especially thank Jean. Jean, thank you so much for taking all the beautiful photos in the past 3 days. Thank you, thank you. And now I'd like to move on to the people who have actually done presentations. I think we need to get this going because time is not on our side. So could you come to the front quite quickly? So the people who have actually done presentations, can you come to the front quickly, please? Come to stage, all of you. Perhaps everybody can stay on stage so we can take a photo. This is Dr. Christopher Stone says the tall people at the back and the people who are a little bit shorter can come to the front. Please open up your gifts. This is Thelma. Thank you so much for your presentation. And here's a token of our appreciation to you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. It is amazing. Thank you so much. Wow. Wow, so amazing.
There's a photo right in front of you. Ah.
I'm really happy. I'm so excited. Thank you so much.
So now that we finished planning, now we're thinking of, when we think of Afsli, we have finally asked the deaf team and the deaf delegates to give us a sign name for Afsli. Oh, have you not thought of the sign name for Afsli yet? Oh, they are still in deliberation in regards to the sign name. So I think they will at some point inform us of the sign name. There are many people that are participating in this conference, but I know that there's one country that has a lot of representatives in this conference. So which country do you think it is? I think I see Kenya, I see Zimbabwe, Uganda. So you think Uganda or Kenya or Zimbabwe have more representatives? Or Ethiopia? Oh, I see another Kenya. One person says Rwanda, and yeah, Rwanda, of course. However, Rwanda aside, obviously Rwanda can easily just walk in. We're speaking of people who have had to fly in. So we have looked at the numbers and we have realized that there's a draw. Kenya and Zimbabwe. So, because now there's a draw, we're thinking, how are we going to do this? We thought, firstly, Zimbabwe will be the team that wins because they made sure to register way in advance, whereas with Kenya, people just recently registered. Zimbabwe will be getting a trophy and it's valid for 7 months or 6 months? They hold it for 6 months and then Kenya will hold it for another 6 months. So it's in actual fact a sharing of a trophy. And in the next conference, we will then award the country that wins. Okay, so this allows everybody to take turns in having the trophy with them. Okay, so somebody has actually mentioned that we also need to make sure that the Zimbabwean team has a photo with the trophy, and after that, the Kenyan team will have an opportunity to take a photo with the trophy. So can the Zimbabwean representatives come up? So there were 23 representatives from Zimbabwe who've come. Oh. 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 Okay, but those people have not put down their names. We've got 23. Okay, so you can show everybody the trophy that you've been presented with. And now the Kenyan representatives can come get their photo taken. Okay, so I just want to clarify and explain how we got these numbers. I'm sure you remember I pleaded with everybody to put their names down on the registry and also to jot down the attendance. And yet again, I repeated my sentiments to ask everybody to register and put down the attendance. So this is how we got all the numbers together. So the 23 on one side and 23 on the other side. So if you had not put down your name on attendance, unfortunately it worked against you. Okay, so hopefully next time you will make sure to, get more people from your countries and also get more attendance at the different conference. So thank you. And now we have more gifts. But yeah, the people need to come through a bit fast. The board, can you, Wesley board, can you come forward for your gifts?
Joseph.
Is local organizing committee. Dorcas, where are you? Aimee, can you please move faster forward? May I see you? You can come. Where are you, Janet? Let me call upon Janet, Dorcas, Alan. You can come forward. And Billy, you did a great job. Come running. Aimee and is also in the team of interpreters and is not here yet. But let them have a photo together.
Next.
Thank you so much, Joseph. I think now you're thinking, oh my goodness, when is this coming to an end? Unfortunately, we still have a few things to get through. But thank you to the organizing team and committee as well. For 1.5 years, we've been trying to organize this conference. We would have numerous meetings and discussing the ways in which we're going to put this conference together. A few times, I almost lost my head, and I know Joseph kept going, ooh, because I kept on, being the one who is trying to make sure that there's order. And here we have a beautiful conference that has been put together. So my CPC team, we have Leonida, and Priska, and Timothy, and Joseph. Can you all please come to the front? And where's Martha? Biaka? Biata?
Okay. I would like to ask if you're ready. Is Dorcas ready? Dorcas? Okay, okay. My sign name is like this. Why am I telling you my sign name? Sometimes, if I say CPs, CEC, CPC, meetings that would always going on. Sometimes we worked together all the times, in the morning, in the evening, so it could take a lot of time. Let me welcome Timothy to come here. This man here is very strong. He's a great man. He helped me so much. In the way, we had a good conversation. He would advise me. I would tell me what to do. And I would say that this man, let me give him opportunity, time to say something.
Okay. So there is a unique thing with every member of the CPC. So one of my responsibilities is to say unique thing about each member of the CPC. When you see like this, it means who? Joseph. And meaning that he made mistake and the last finger of his hand will be cut off. So that is Joseph. Then we have, it's time. I want to go to sleep. That is Leonida. Because the time difference, we will go through the night and she will keep, you know. Well, the other person, it's me, and the unique thing about me is that my phone network doesn't always work. So I have to tell them, please, I will borrow my wife's phone. So I am known for borrowing my wife's phone. And I was advised to even bring it to the conference so that I will have network. Then finally, the last person I need to say, the unique personality, is she has to come. Oh, Priska. Priska's own is that she's always at the village when meeting is going on. And there is no network at all. So, so that is Priska's own. Our team lead, which is the CPC, Ogak Patakpata. Well, Ma, you have to come on upstage. Dorcas, I need you to come here. So before I say what is unique with her, I will ask Dorcas to come first. We have an empty bag for you. And inside it, there is a unique thing about you. When all of us give one reason or the other, she keeps the meeting going on. And the only thing I can say about her, which is unique, is that she was focused. And she remained focused. And she kept us focused. From the beginning of the planning until the end of the planning. Even when emotions goes high, she keep check on the emotions. She go behind and say, calm down, it will work. And here we are. This CPC couldn't have been possible to do what it's supposed to do without the unique gifts, skills. If I met her 11 years ago, Afsli wouldn't have been the way it is. That is just the truth. So, for me not to be very emotional about it, we thank you. Afsli, thank you. On behalf of everyone sitting down here. And I know it will go down legacy, what you have done and what you have achieved. So, on behalf of the Central Planning Committee, you gave everybody gifts. So we want to give you a gift that please, it is a small token, but out of our heart, we have given you this to tell you thank you. Yes, you will open it, of course.
It's beautiful. Thank you.
So you...
And whoever made this, thank you.
You need to drink from the cup so that it will keep you, it will keep you moving forward for Africa. Thank you so much.
Yes, because the CPC drove me to alcohol many times. So thank you for the cup. Thank you. It was my pleasure to serve, and I am happy to continue serving the African continent and the profession of sign language interpreting in Africa. Thank you for that. Right. Yeah, thank you. So we have a very special person that has just arrived. And I have not discussed this with the committee, but I'm going to do it anyway. The chairperson of the Deaf Blind Association, or Rwanda, was supposed to have been here as part of the presentation yesterday, but he was unable to make it. But he has arrived. So I would like to ask him to quickly come to stage. He has taken a 3-hour car trip to come here. So I think he deserves to come to stage just for us to see him and for him to feel the warm welcome from us at this conference. You are very welcome. Please do come to the front.
I thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, hello everyone. Hello. I'm happy to come here in this conference safely. And I'm very sorry. I know I was communicated earlier to come in this conference, Afsli conference. But I had another meeting. That is I got some barriers to come, but I know you all, and though I have come here on the time of completing this workshop, I would like to appreciate everyone here for all the way from where you're coming. I know you have created network. And coming here in Rwanda, it is a very big pleasure, and I appreciate everyone. Thank you so much. And I want to say that please, as you're going home, greet everyone there. Thank you.
And thank you for coming all the way to this conference today. We really appreciate your efforts of being here. So everybody will be receiving a certificate. So when you walk out the door, there's a table there up in front. Your certificate will have your name there, so just make sure that you check your certificate. Everything is in alphabetical order. So just as you are leaving, please make sure that you take your certificate. Unfortunately, we couldn't present the certificates here in front because of time. And lastly, we'd like each country to come to the front with their flag. The flags will be presented on screen, and then you just take a photo and then you can leave. Okay, so each country will need to come forward for that photo. Firstly, Botswana. Are there any representatives from Botswana? No one? I'm sure we had one person from Botswana. Maybe they've left. No, it's okay. The flag will be on screen. Okay, so we're coming forward for the photos. Can we have the photographers up in front near the screens? Cameroon. We are going alphabetical order. So now that we're on C, what's next? Which country is next? So it seems everybody doesn't know their ABCs. Thank you. And the next, Eswatini. Thank you. And Ethiopia. And Germany.
South Africa. United States of America.
Good. What's wrong? Thank you everyone. That brings us